Everyone, welcome back to Film Club. So this is another Sandy pick. It's a Sandy pick. We've got 2 in a row now. Al Pacino, but this is Serpico. Is that pronounced it correctly? I always get this like how pronounced it correctly. Serpico. There we go. But yeah, it's always like that. I just don't get it. That's my dyslexia. I read it and I get it completely wrong. But guys, I've been a bit manic. We've just been speaking on things. I had a Lapland experience, absolutely brilliant. So I've got now a crazy kid with loads of Santa toys, literally gearing up as best he can. But he's like, is it ready? Is it time? Is it now? Yeah, he has time to wait. So everybody, I hope everybody's done getting excited for Christmas. But apart from that, Sandy, how are you?
Well, one can never be too excited for Christmas. So I'm so happy for you and for the family for getting out and doing that. That is so much fun. But yeah, I'm pretty much finished the shopping. And now for me, the manic cleaning and making cookies and all that good stuff gets to start later tonight. Jay, what about you?
I'm good. I'm doing good. Ready for the holidays. I have a nice, easy kind of trip up to the holidays this year in terms of things I have to do. So no complaints on my end.
Who's the cook? Who's the cook out of you lot?
My parents. So I don't have to worry about anything.
I've been the cook. I've been the cook for like literally 20, 25 years. Always. Yeah. Take over. Boom, done. Sandy, you the cook?
No, just baking. I do the baking.
Okay.
Yeah, I do the baking. My sister does the good cooking. She's the good cooking fan. And my mom, my mom ever watches this, I'd be in trouble. My mom is a very good cook too.
So you two get to relax. That's it. That's it.
Hey, I said it. I got the easy route to the holidays.
See, I'm there with like, can somebody like I always say at Christmas, it's never too early for a glass of wine for the chef. Yeah, I think that's the rule. If their glass is empty, you have to do it because they're the ones who are stressed out. Trust me, that's true. You're like, please just leave me alone. Then I always think like, sorry, we're going to do Christmas, but if the chef looks stressed, walk away. They do not need help.
Yeah, don't offer help. I've learned that one. I've learned that one.
But that's it. Like you got now 2 turkeys. Like I think it's when you got like now 2 turkeys in 2 months. Is that right? Like, yeah,
I do. Some don't. We do turkey again. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same way, Sandy. I think a lot of Americans don't do turkey for Christmas as well, but my family's always done turkey, amongst some other things as well.
Yeah, we do turkey and normally it's turkey and a cooked ham. Very rare it's going to be something else like a duck or something. It's going to it's going to be turkey and like a good cured like ham, like big, like a big, like stupid. What is that? Like it's bigger than your head. I kind of think like, where's that come from? But yeah, I'm kind of looking forward. I'm looking forward to just chilling. You know, like getting like you're going to put on a couple of too many pounds and then just go like that hurt. Like, and then what's for dessert? You know, it gets that time. It's like, you know, when you eat too much, having a bit of like madness, have a bit of fun, always stressful, get together, love it. And it's going to be good. So anyway, I'm really hoping. But now, after that, we've now got a very non-Christmas until next time where Sandy kind of pulled the Christmas card out. But until this one, Sandy, gritty, dark, a little bit dismal like that.
Like gritty again. I know. Yeah. It's those kind of, 60s and 70s films somehow made an impression on me. But this one made an impression on me because I watched it when I was in college in a government ethics class. And it was at a time when Frank Serpico was on the circuit doing lectures. Now, he did not lecture at my school while I was there, but I believe he had lectured there previously. And we'll hear, he's still alive, by the way. You know, he's 88 years old. This is a true story of a man who would not compromise his ethics and his morals, and grew up always wanting to be a police officer. The film, you know, it can only cover so much of his life, and the book, of course, goes into a little more detail about his background. The book is Serpico by Peter Maas, on which the film was based. But he
the biography, is it kind of?
No, it's more about the story. It's a little bit of a biography, but it is more about the story of the exposing the corruption, which was, you know, and we'll see through the film as we discuss the film, as this, you know, at the time, young police officer discovered corruption at every level of the New York City Police Department. He really had nowhere to turn, and every time he tried to the right person to report it to, like initially he said, hey, I have to report this to my superiors, you know, that's what we should do, but the superiors turned their heads. He found another ally we thought was an ally, who kept saying, oh, just wait, someone's going to reach out to you, someone's going to reach out to you. And that person was just, you know, kind of detouring him and delaying him. And finally, like in so many of these stories that we hear about, you know, when we kind of study, you know, business ethics. I know it sounds boring, but you have to go to the newspaper. And so eventually he did go to the New York Times, and that's the book is based on the initial articles that were written in the New York Times that exposed the entire story. In this particular, in this film and this book, these stories highlight, obviously, Frank Serpico. There was another police officer who also had, you know, raised his hand to try to expose corruption in another part of the police department. You know, so his name was David Dirk. So Serpico certainly wasn't the only one, but in a police department of thousands and thousands of officers and administrators, when you've got just one or two guys raising their hand, that's tough. So this film was picked up after the success of the book. And who are you going to call? Well, you're going to call the young, hot actor of the day, who is Al Pacino. The characterization, I don't want to keep saying things like, it's Al Pacino playing Al Pacino. It's not. Obviously, he's an accomplished actor, but because Frank Serpico is Italian and a first-generation Italian, obviously Pacino is leaning heavily on that, which he will also do later in The Godfather, and which he will also do in other roles that we see. We just saw him in Glengarry Glen Ross, and then we'll see him in The Godfather, leaning really heavily on his Italian-ness in these roles. But, you know, kind of capturing that first generation, kind of a little bit wide-eyed optimist, you know, that we see in the first generation, similar to what we'll see in The Godfather, about all the great things that America can be, and then being so utterly, terribly disappointed to find out that bad guys and the good guys kind of all swirl around, and there's no clear line between the bad guys and the good guys when the good guys are being paid off by the bad guys to turn their head.
So what year is this set? What a year? Because
this is 1973.
So I could say it's got to be like really early 70s, because like I was like, the movie is like it's a late 70s movie, isn't it? Is it like, it feels like
it looked like they turned around the story into a movie really quickly, because by the end of the film it said something about Serpico having retired in 72 or left the force in 72, and the movie came out in 73, so it was a pretty quick turnaround, it seemed like, at least from getting the story to putting it on film.
Oops, I started sharing my screen while you were still sharing. I'm sorry about that.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
It was he joined the police force in 1959. So while you're watching the film, for me, I forgot a little bit that this really takes a look at his entire career. It's not just a few years. And he was reporting the corruption for so long in his career, yet still going to work every day and trying to make a difference and do a good job. But he joined in 1959. Finally, he went to the newspaper in 1969, and the Knapp Commission, the external body that was finally formed by the mayor to really look into the corruption, was formed in 1970. He was shot in 71 and retired in 72. So this is a 12-year span that we're looking at in this film. So yeah, it was turned around really quickly because the newspaper articles were, real time. When you think of some other films and, not Hollywood quality films, but like the film about, or more of a documentaries, about Bernie Madoff, so quickly after those articles were published, or that Elizabeth Holmes person and Theranos, the company that was really defrauding and deceiving people. So it was turned around really quickly. The book was written, as I said, by Peter Moss with contributions from Frank Serpico himself. The screenplay was written by Norman Wexler. Norman Wexler also wrote the screenplay for Saturday Night Fever. So we've.
There we go.
That sounded familiar.
Another link. There we go. Oh,
see, we're gonna find with quality, with the quality.
I suppose it's the 70s though. It's like you're gonna get that kind of.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sandy. Just about you because you didn't see the private chat. Your volume is going up and down. Sorry, that's what it's kind of go. Yeah, it's kind of pitching in and out. So, but yeah, but that I must say, but I don't know if Jay saw this. Like, I didn't see, like you're saying, this is he joined the force in the 50s. I must say, I didn't see that time lapse in the movie. I just thought this was like, what, like if you go by the movie, like maybe like 5 years max.
Yep.
Because even when they have, because even with the, I suppose. I don't know what it is in the New York police, but like the pass out parade, I'm gonna guess it kind of thing. And like he like I've got to say the thing when he puts his hat backwards, doesn't he, and has it with his
graduating from the academy.
The graduation kind of parade. That still felt like 70s.
Yeah, I would have thought it was about 70s. Right. Well, yeah. It felt like a 5-year stretch. I guess for some reason I was thinking mid 70s to late 70s, even though I knew the story was taking place earlier. The movie was 73, but it all felt very 70s, and it felt like a 5-year stretch of the 70s. I guess that's why subconsciously I placed it kind of in the middle of the 70s so that it would fit, that time.
Yeah, I suppose because like they're like whoever done the attire, I suppose, like what they're looking like, how the look, it feels like 70s. It like they dress. It's like, they're clean shaven. They haven't got like the mustaches, the beards, or whatever. What we're going to later, but like how that was, it just felt. Oh, we're starting in the 70s. Like,
you know what? You're right. They could have done it with the cars, and they didn't. Yeah. Like they could have had different cars. Now I will say, and what I'm doing right now is I'm just not moving at all. I'm not moving my arms or my head. I've got the same headset as I usually use, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
No, you sound good now, so yeah.
I'm just not gonna move I was moving my arms maybe. But here's the thing. The uniforms of most major cities, especially on the East Coast, really haven't changed since the 60s. In fact, the Baltimore City Police Department is one of the few police departments where the officers still carry a billy club, and it's a really big deal. At one point, I think the department wanted to stop carrying them, and the officers just kind of said, no, that's kind of characteristic of who we are. So where the uniform probably wouldn't have changed much from the 50s to the 70s, the cars would have. So I'm so glad you brought that up, because I actually, it didn't strike me there. I was looking at the hair. I was looking at, he started off with short hair, and as of course the film goes on, the hair and the beard get crazy wild, which is only acceptable because he's a plainclothesman, he's a detective. So obviously if he were not, he would not be allowed to grow that hair. But the film actually begins with him being shot, and being rushed to quote, rushed. There's a question about that. Because, and this is really what brought so much more attention to this situation. You have a corruption, you have a corruption investigation going on in, a big city. Well, it kind of makes the news. But then when the person who, who raised the issues then gets shot in very questionable circumstances, and the way they portrayed it, you saw him get shot. They were breaking in the door. You saw the gunman shoot, in the gap between the door, right through Frank's.
But that's later. That is later. That is the end bit, isn't it? When we first see him, he's just getting pulled off into the ambulance. The back of a police car, like the blues and twos going. We don't know why he kind of.
That's right. That's right. At the beginning, you don't see that.
Yeah. So we don't know. Like, this is kind of like we just see he's injured. Is he a cop? We don't really know. Oops. This kind of thing. There's Taz. Hey.
Yeah, I think we just got a delivery, so he's freaking out.
Hi, Dad. It's Christmas. Time for delivery. But you're right. You're right. We don't. I think it's because I read the book. I already.
So we got that, and then of course we get the part. Like, then when it goes back, it does a kind of like a Quentin Tarantino. Then it goes back. It goes back on itself, like with a pass out parade. And this is where I'd like. This is where I just said, like, that doesn't look 50s. That looks 70s. If I look at that and somebody like, even like the dress with the grey on the guy on the right, that's not a 50s. That's not a 50s haircut. That is not a 50s suit. And like, you can like, it just didn't feel like. And I'm surprised you said it was 50. I think you're 59. You said
59.
Yeah. So I'm surprised the movie tried to start there, because it didn't feel like the policeman of attire. Yeah, there's subtle changes throughout the period, but wouldn't be that so much you could get that. But yeah, it's I just didn't see that time thing. But yeah, I do like the opening, because it's like it gives you a boom, what's going on? Like, it's very like slow, then bang, like it's just like, where are we? And then it does a very Al Pacino. I'm guessing he likes them scripts that really give you a bang, then it slows it right down. It tries to tell you the backstory. I think he likes those stories, because you look at a lot of Al Pacino movies.
I think you're right.
That quite a lot. So yeah, especially around that period, like the 70s, probably into the 90s, he likes that kind of bang, slow it down, tell a story.
I think you're right. What you see right away is you do get that, that he's really proud to be a police officer. He's already got in his head, he wants to be a detective someday. He's out on patrol, and right away, he's seeing, I don't think he sees the envelope right away, but he and another officer that he's on patrol with, a senior officer, they go into a deli, and the senior officer's like, I'll have the soup today, and Frank, he wants a roast beef sandwich, which is more expensive, and he gets a look from the guy behind the counter like, oh, I got to give you a roast beef sandwich. He doesn't realize that the store owner is going to give it to him for free. So now he's asked for something more expensive, and that's why the manager gives him kind of the offcuts of meat, and he's not getting it because he would have paid for it. So then he's like, this sandwich is terrible. I don't know how I'm going to eat it. The other police officer says, well, it's what you get for, that's what you can give us for free. You're going to eat here for free.
Yeah.
Frank says,
it's kind of, they do, don't they? Kind of like the other one says, it's what he says you're going to get is what you're going to get.
What you get. And he says, well, I want to pay. And he says, no, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
You don't pay. And he looks around, and there are other police officers. It's kind of the cliche here about the cops in the donut store. The cops hang out in the donut store, so the donut store owner doesn't get any trouble. But also, the donut store owner has to give the coffee and the donuts to the cops without charge. So, it's not unlike the mafia. It's the same situation. And in New York, I guarantee some of these store owners are paying both. They're paying the mafia for protection. They're paying the cops for protection. The mafia is paying the cops. The cops are paying the mafia. Meanwhile, the poor citizen is not being taken care of. And you're already seeing, there's questions about, well, we don't have to take that call. It's not in our district. And Frank says, no, it's right next door and it's an attempted rape going on. And yeah, we're going. I'm taking it. And not only did they go, and the cop looks like, his partner looks like,
rolls the eyes. Yeah.
Do we have to do work tonight? And they go.
At one point, it looks like he has to wake him up, doesn't it? It's like
Yeah.
one point, he's like just sitting in the squad car. You're the newbie. You can drive. I'm going to catch some Z's. It's our night time. Yeah, the call comes in, and it's like, where's that? And he's like, yeah, it's in district whatever. I think district D or sector D or whatever it is. And then I'm going to take it because it's just around the corner. It might be close, but yeah. And then the guy's got sorry, you got to go and do your job.
It's too much bother. The citizens aren't what's important.
But that is also, I suppose, they're trying to portray the rookie, I suppose you would call it in America. I suppose like the hothead, like I'm keen to do my job correctly. And then he's got like somebody who's been probably 10-year veteran who's like, sometimes you just want an easy day. You just want an easy day like that. So it portrayed like both, and like that, like you've got the hothead who wants to impress, and I think like even like very soon he's like, I want to make detective. They've given him like an up. There's a if you take a course, you get like, was it fingerprint course?
It's fingerprint recognition. Yeah, it's real tedious work.
Yeah, if you do that, then you get like a up to be a detective. You get more, I suppose, a point system to get you get that, and he instantly goes for it as well. So, but I do like the this arrest scene because it shows the kind of movie we're gonna get. Is very I suppose if you want to go to modern day, it's very showing a race divide in New York. It's very, like all the cops, they're all white, and most of the people they arrest who are the bad guys portrayed in the movie, I think there's like probably like 3 they don't, or they try to arrest. They're all black.
They're all black. There's a Hispanic or two.
Yeah, they're low income. Like where they go, they're low income. You can see it like
projects.
Suburbs, like like the project. It's like really down and out, and like they're not dressed well, and how they treat them, even when like Serpico he arrests them. He brutally arrests them, and then you find out he's more that kind of cop. But like when he goes there, but the scene that really gets me is the first scene is where our rape victim is sitting there. And she's just literally, there's one female cop who's probably not even a cop. She's probably a liaison officer.
We call it auxiliary officers. Yeah, she's an auxiliary officer.
Yeah, and everybody around her are all men, and there's like there's about 10 people there. Like there's
including the perpetrator. Yeah, the perpetrator's in the same room.
Yeah, that I noticed immediately. I'm like, there's no shot they would be in the same room at this point. He would be in one of the holding cells, and he would not be listening to her, give the recant of the crime that just took place. That stood out to me as a little bit odd in terms of.
There's there's a doctor or a nurse, or what? There's 2 of them, and then there's the plain clothes. And then there's the detectives, and then there's like the officers in the uniform. And I'm like, huh. I'm like, yeah. I just like that's like they didn't even bother like going to a private room. They just like
that was odd.
And I was like, would that have been different? Was that the time? Was it because she was black? Would they have done it differently because it white? Were they trying to in the movie trying to give you that? It's. Not to say I'm pretty bad, but this is a 70s movie, like black on black, if that makes sense. Are they trying to perceive that? Because you get a very heavy, like, with the cops in this, they're like Italian, they're like, old New Yorkers. It's like, it's that. So I don't know if they try to perceive that straight away, like how the guy kind of said District 10 or whatever it was, District D. We don't really care. And I don't know if it was trying to say like, we don't care about them. It's just like they're like across the tracks, I suppose you want to call it, the other side of the tracks. I don't know if they tried to set that up in the movie. It's like, you know, like most cops don't care. They just don't care. That's how I perceived it. It might have been different to you guys, but
honestly, I thought it was just like oversight in terms of director, kind of setting up the scene. Because I also thought it was odd that they didn't give the poor woman any covering either. Like they still had her in her ripped up clothes. It was like when she stands up, they finally put a blanket around her or something. But like she would have already been taken care of, you know, with the blanket.
Not in the 50s.
So like, yeah. So
maybe it didn't feel like 50s,
given the time, and well, I guess 70s, I guess, you know, again, a very different time. Obviously, people were all treated fairly, unfortunately. But yeah, those couple things in that scene really stood out. As like, I couldn't tell if maybe that was this kind of social discussion they were going for of that time period, or if it was just oversight by the director or something. I really couldn't make sense of that. But both of those two things kind of stood out as like, oh, that's a little bit odd compared to how, you know, that would happen today in terms of, one, again, they would be in separate rooms. They would never have a victim with the perpetrator in the same room for the sake of just sheer, you know, mental health of the victim. Never mind just the idea of intimidation, witness intimidation, all that kind of stuff. And then on top of that, the not, you know, wrapping the poor girl in a blanket earlier, but waiting till she stands up to just came as off as odd. I don't know. There was I found that scene to be a little bit weird.
Yeah,
it was odd, but I think that's how it was. I think a lot of what we take for granted today with respect to taking care of victims, period, is relatively new. You know, that's like late 80s, early 90s. I really, you know, I didn't think it was that odd even to see the perpetrator in the same room, because think about, you know, today we're so careful with evidence and you know, everything's documented and recorded. And even in the book, it went into the fact that another thing that really irritated his colleagues about Frank Serpico was he would make an arrest, and as efficient as he was of a police officer, he really hated to do the paperwork after. Not because he hated the paperwork, but because he wanted to go back out and arrest more people, because he knew there was more crime out there. So he really kind of hemmed and hawed about doing the paperwork and even going to court. Like he really dreaded going to court because he wanted to be out, and he wanted to be out getting collars, as they say, you know, putting people in jail is what he really wanted to do. And you kind of see through the film, I think one of the challenges with the film, and I don't want to wait till the end to kind of talk about this, but I'll talk about it when I, you know, talk about overall what I think of the film. One of the challenges is there are a couple of different angles to this story. And the angle of the story of corruption in the New York City Police Department is a very interesting story, you know, culminating in the Knapp Commission and what happened after. But also, Frank Serpico is a wild character. Like, so he's just not a normal person. He's not just a run of the mill boring guy. He is a world traveler. He likes the opera and the ballet, and he loves art, and he loves animals, and he's just this bohemian Renaissance man. That story of him all by himself without anything to do with the police department would be a very interesting story. I think one of the challenges of the film is that it's trying to touch on both. It's trying to tell the story of corruption and Frank's bravery in continuing to be persistent to expose it, but it's also trying to like tell a little story about him. And what it does kind of, I don't think it does so well, is that it kind of just throws in a lot of little tidbits about who he is. And it was interesting because in the book, obviously going much more into the person he was, it's funny because in the film, I started to kind of note down, okay, what are they going to throw in next? Like in the book, it talked about how, you know, how he liked ballet, you know, so he's listening to opera music in the car. Then he makes mention of reading Isadora Duncan's biography, which is true. He does, you know, reads biographies of dancers. But they throw all these tidbits in instead of telling that, like picking up the dog. Hey, mister, you want to buy a dog? Sure, I'll buy a dog. And then you see him with a mouse. Then they zone in on the fish tank because he had fish. They hone in on him cleaning up the backyard. which started out as essentially a junkyard, and then he's got potted plants out there. They hit on it just for a second. So if you didn't read the biography, the book, and you didn't have all the background, it might, maybe to the two of you, it might have seemed a little disjointed, or maybe his character didn't match being a cop.
I noticed that. I noticed that as well. So that was one of my first kind of issues with the movie was it just made it feel so random with some of the stuff they were throwing in, like you said, disjointed, to the point where, after a while you started to pick up on, oh, this is kind of just who he is. He's a bit of a, cut from a different kind of cloth type of guy. He beat, what do they say? Beat of his own drum kind of guy, which you pick up on eventually. But at first it kind of plays out so random that it even makes the movie then feel like it's edited a bit poorly, how it kind of just jumps from thing to thing. It definitely stood out as like, ooh, this is a little weird.
Yeah, but it's even like the first arrest, but then his second arrest with the two other guys who are involved in the rape. He gets like a YMCA guy to get him to like the basketball court, gets him down after he makes the phone call. He goes undercut like a plain clothes, and he calls for backup, and they go, there's a procedure. No, can't. And he's like, they're right there. And he just does it off his own back. And I can see the people in the precinct, because then they go back, goes, this is our collar, because you've got paperwork to fill in, because you screwed up. You did not follow procedure. And he kind of gets angry, kind of like to that point. But then the next scene is, like I said, like where the editing is a bit odd. And then they've got scenes, like, why are they there? Like the next scene is with the boots. In the
it seems like a family store, because I think it was Serpico.
His father's a shoe. Yeah, his father is a shoemaker, but you don't know that. Like, they don't clearly say that that's the family business.
But that's the thing, is you go from that bit, that's never seen again, and that's the problem. I think with the editing, it's never seen again. It goes into a scene, but there's not, like Sandy, you've explained it, but the movie didn't explain it.
Exactly.
It's just a scene, and then you never see that person. You never seen that explanation. There's just the next scene.
Some closure on the case itself, like nothing. It's just kind of like, all right, next point we're going for here.
Yeah, because then you go on to what I think like next is like they explain, like they go straight from that. He gets his boots or whatever, like oh, you've done a good job, and then they go into like, oh, you can get like an up, be a detective, what he wants to be. He's like, but this is like, again, I think with the time issue, because it feels like he's been in the police a couple of years. This is probably a time span that you don't see. Now he's got a good bushy mustache.
Yep.
Leo's like Leo, he's got his long hairs coming out, but now he's doing fingerprint recognition, and I'm guessing it's supposed to be like a teacher. Like he's learning, and also the guy's just talking back to him, and he's just answering back. And I can see, the movie did that kind of well in a way. Is like in certain points, if like, he might have been trying to do the right thing up to a point, but the things he was doing right, he still was a backchatter. He still was an arrogant son of a bitch.
Oh yeah,
he was like that. He wasn't like, he like, even when he was wrong, I'm right. He's like, everybody knows it. Everybody's got them people in whatever career you go with, is they think they're better than everybody else, but they don't have the capability to be better than everybody else. But they believe they are, and they're so arrogant they believe it. And this is like the first half an hour, maybe 45 minutes of the movie. I didn't like the guy, because he was like, prove yourself. You've not proven yourself. You've done a couple of collars, and that's it. And you've pissed off everybody up to a point like that. And he's not really seen corruption, except for like, taking a sandwich, for free. As you say, like, it's going to happen. It happens today, like that kind of like freebie. You shouldn't take it, and you really shouldn't, but you guarantee it's going to happen. So like him getting like uppity about it, it's just like, it wasn't believable. And then so that's like really kind of like struggled at the first point, because it started off really powerful, and then went a little bit low into like I think it's like Jay, like you say, like it's the like it's like edited really badly. Like the first like 20 minutes is just like, oh wait, you're chopping, you're trying to do like a I'm sorry, I'm going to say it, but again, you're trying to do a Quentin Tarantino, but before Quentin Tarantino got it right. It's like, if that makes sense, it's like in a really bizarre way. So yeah, and then of course, onto that, and then you get like the next bit is a weird scene, and I don't get this was not needed. Is like the sheepdog.
So I think they really made a point about the sheepdog again, because in real life, and they don't bring along the audience in the film for this, in real life, that sheepdog lived to be like 15 years old. It was crazy. And even after Frank left the police force, he and the sheepdog went across Europe together. So the sheepdog became a little famous.
Oh, interesting.
But again, you don't know that, as a viewer, you're just, watching him, try to pick out a random dog. Cute, cute.
But why not? But why not make a point of it? Because there's another scene, that sheepdog. If anybody's known the sheepdog, they're really hard to groom. They're literally you have to be on top of them things. They get knotted. They're like, it's really well groomed. Like they should have shown scenes to show that back bit about him.
The time
like
spent with him.
Not just that. The music, his literature, his interest. They were just here you go, next bit.
It was just in pieces. Yeah.
It felt like it just moved along too quickly. I definitely get like the dog, remains throughout the movie. It's an Alfie or Alf or something. And he's always saying like, "Hey, Alfie, come on along." Like it's like the dog still stays prevalent in the movie, and like it's always there. But again, it just kind of felt like a setup for. Oh, by the way, he has a dog, and now he has a dog. Like I don't know. I get what you mean. I don't know exactly what they should have added to make it. It kind of fleshed out a little more, but I do get what you mean. It did kind of feel like, well, here's this, now he has this, and then there's going to be this mouse, and then there's going to be this bird, and like so, like it just I don't know, it just kind of came right, like it was just like one thing after the other there. And I would even say, in that scene, I thought there was going to be something about the two people who sold him the dog, because they were a little bit sketchy and they weren't really truthful about how they got the dogs. Free. Like $5 for a dog. Where'd you get them? I forget what she said, but it was something like, "Oh, we just had them," or something. And like the guy's like acting very weirdly to her, almost as if there's like a domestic issue going on there. I thought there was going to be something that played out where like, oh, now he's going to come back and bust these two people for stealing the dogs and get the dogs to proper homes and all that. And it's like, no, they just were the two random people who were sketchy and sold him a dog, and that was that. And it just kind of
right outside his house,
right
outside his door.
But that and I say about the dog being like you did not need it, and I really hate to say this, he's kind of girl interest, like. Doesn't need to be in the movie.
I was going to say that.
I would say, I liked the second one. The first love interest again just felt really random. Like, so they're in that Spanish class, which at first, again, I'm like, well, this is a little random. Is he doing undercover work? And then you come to find out he's just kind of going the distance of being able to speak multiple languages, because he, that comes in later on. Which I'm like, oh, okay, this all makes sense. I understand why he was in this class. But like, again, the way the movie moves along, it was edited, it just felt so random. And then just like, oh, let's go on a date. And then, it just, I could have, I think most of her stuff could have been removed and just left it for the second female interest that comes in later.
Yeah, but I think even her point, like we can jump in ahead, but like, it's not needed.
I agree. I think there's like 3 layers to the story. And like, again, there's the police corruption story, of which Frank is a part. There's the story of Frank as a person and all his quirkiness. And and then the romantic stories, I think, are the 3rd layer that we it's too much. And it's to your point, I think you're absolutely right, Jay. It's editing. Could we have told the story a little differently? And less is more, to your point, James. I think the now, again, having read the book and actually watched the biography that I had linked to both of you if you had a chance to watch it. Both of those women, I think they're both still alive, and they contributed to the biography, and they both speak about Frank. And that's another interesting story. Like, he had a lot of women in his life. He was a free spirit in every sense of the word. And there's even that short moment where he's bringing one gal to his apartment, and you see the other gal leaving, and he's like, and she like hugs him and walks away, and you're like, oh my God, that's his other girlfriend. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I do not mean to cut you off. I was just going to say, unbelievable timing, Sandy, because as always, I have the movie playing beside me as a visual cue, and that scene is literally happening as you just brought it up. So
cool.
Perfect timing there. We are on pace with the film. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
The real life story behind that woman, and we know it's that woman because the book describes her exactly the way she looked. African American woman, short hair, right? As she's walking out. That woman in real life was leaving him death threats at the same time that his colleagues were leaving him death threats. And it was getting so confusing to know whether he was getting death threats from former girlfriends or from colleagues. And the story is almost comical, but it's true. Like, the crazier facts that you look at in this story are actually the ones that are true. That, yeah, he was getting death threats from former girlfriends and from his colleagues, which you kind of saw at the end when they were flipping through some of the quote get well cards at his bedside that said, wishing you instead of a speedy recovery was crossed out, and it said slow death. Wishing you a slow death. But he was used to it, because his old girlfriend was leaving him notes under his door to that effect. And that's when I saw her, I was like, oh my God, it's her. Like, I knew who it was. But again, we don't expect the audience to have read the book. That person probably didn't mean anything to you guys. But I was like, aha, it's her.
Yeah, for me, I just took it as like, oh, he's a womanizer. He's got a lot of women in his life. That's his thing. And it made sense because like by this point he's got, the long hair. You can start to pick up on the idea that like it's the 70s. He's maybe a bit more of like the hippie kind of mentality, free flowing. Yep. Exactly. Free flowing, free spirit, everything is love type of thing. All you need is love, however you want to put it, if you're a Beatles fan. So it does seem like he's that kind of guy. So I just took it as like, oh yeah, that's another lady in his life type of thing. And the other lady who was with him seems to be okay with that too, because that seems to be how she is as well.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay. Yeah, that was just like I took that as like a 70s type of mentality thing.
But also, cops don't like it. Like when he has that discussion of like, what you do? What's that book? It's about ballet, and it's like that. And most people, if you watch it again. All I can know in the next scene, he goes in the toilet. Some guy is binoculars, spying on some woman getting undressed or whatever. All I can hear in my head is "Slacker McFly." Do you not see the guy who ups him and says he's big? My God, when you get to it.
Oh, okay. So wait. You're referencing Back to the Future.
Yeah, I know.
I'm referencing him from Top Gun. He's also the commander in Top Gun. Remember, don't buzz the tower. Yes. I forgot about it.
I didn't even catch that.
Oh, you're a slacker.
I didn't even catch that.
It's literally, oh my! I was like, oh my! I didn't notice it the first time. Of course, I watched it when it was in the 90s. But yeah, when I saw it, I was like, oh my God. And he literally plays the kind of same character. And I was like that. But yeah, but this is where it goes to, because he just had a conversation again with like about ballet. And then some guy goes, turn off the lights. Why you got the lights on? And he goes there, the guy's got binoculars and he's spying on, I'm guessing, like things. And then he comes in, one of the chief is like, have you been kind of giving the guy a blowjob? Like that, and that's it.
He's not even beating around the bush. He's
like, just going down on him and says it.
Yeah, and he's like, "What are you talking about?" And then he kind of got like later on, he's got that reputation. Like he gives him this reputation. You're a bit of a 70s words. You're a bit of a faggot. that's what he kind of he's like leaning to. You're a faggot. Like you like ballet, you like musical, like you like this kind of like going out. You've got long hair, you've got a mustache. You know, I think he's got a beard at this point. You know, and like what are you doing in the police force? You know, you're one of those like hippie kind of guys. You know, it's like it's a good scene, and it comes back to kind of bite him a little bit. But yeah, it's this is where he gets I need my first transfer. I think he goes to one of the lieutenants who he believes is on his side, but he's trying to get out of his first precincts, and he doesn't, you know, like he doesn't see a future here. He's been outed as like that, them, whatever. He's not that. He's just trying to do the right thing. He's trying to like, you know, like this isn't the place for me. If I needed to be right, I need to do the job. Transfer me, just transfer me anywhere.
Yeah, you can tell at this point he's, you know, the world around him isn't one he feels like he fits in, especially when it comes to his career. So, or mostly as it you know relates to his career, because outside of it, he's seemingly thriving in his environment with the girl he's dating, the people he's, you know, mingling with, and it's at work where he's feeling like, I'm a fish out of water. I got to go find, you know, the proper pond for myself, type of thing.
And you don't know who to trust. Like the first gentleman that comes to him and listens to him when he's nodding his head, he's not going to do anything. And his and then the other, I guess, colleague or friend of his at the end, who ends up being one of the two other gentlemen that actually goes with him to report the crime. You just don't know. And you okay, well, I think this person's nope. And that's the one, his name in the film is Bob Blair. I guess that's his name in real life. I can't remember that from the book, but he's played by the actor Tony Roberts, you know, the tall guy with the kind of tight curly hair. And they said that, well, he's not going to stay in the police department. He has political connections, and you find out that he does, you know, work for the mayor, and you know, there's a little bit of discussion about whether the mayor will listen or not, and that goes back and forth. But you just don't know who to trust. And I mean, even in the film, there were people I was like, nope, don't tell that guy. He's not a good guy. He's not good there. He really couldn't trust anyone, and he was finding out day to day how pervasive this was, and you know, opening the glove compartment in squad cars that is just full of dollars just fall out. And eventually he's confronted by, you know, multiple times by colleagues that say, you have to take this money. You have to take the money, because if you don't, you know, then you're the only one who doesn't. And it's kind of like, well, if one of us is going down, we're all going down, and you can't be the one who's not taking the money. And the one officer says, well, I'll just hold yours for you. So in a way,
give it as charity, innit? Like we give it to the.
Oh yeah, later on, one of them says that.
Yeah. Like, well, we'll hold it for you because we're taking the money. Whether you take it or not is your issue.
And they're likely hoping, you know, you get the idea that they're hoping one day he caves and takes that money. That's why they wanted there for him to get, you know, the bigger and bigger that pile of money gets, the more enticing it gets. And hopefully one day we get this guy to cave, take it so that he's in on the fold here, and we have nothing else to worry about. You know, you try to take us down, you go with us, type of thing.
Exactly. But for him, and again in real life, his morality was absolute. He's out there to help people. And while this is all happening, and it certainly is weighing on him, you know, that he has no friends. They hate him. They may already want him dead. But he's still going to go out every day, and he still wants to be a detective. And in real life, the book goes into a lot of detail about his pursuit of all of these disguises. So in the film, again, then there's kind of a few scenes in a row where you see him in different dress ups, you know, and you see him like in this big getup, and he takes the hat and the wig off at some point. But in real life, he was accumulating like, quote, costumes. And he was very dramatically, and it was almost becoming kind of comical, probably in the book and a little bit in real life, that he would show up in a different getup every day, and they didn't even know who he was sometimes. Like, it was this whole thing where, he would be completely unrecognizable because of the costumes that he was in. It was effective for him because he was arresting people in the drug trade. He was particularly instrumental in breaking up a few prostitution rings and a few drug rings. It was becoming more and more dangerous because of where we were in time. As we're getting toward the 1970s, drugs are turning from casual usage to big dollars in these big cities. And so obviously, with the increase in the dollar transactions in the drug trade, was the increase in the danger and the death and the murders. And the police were able to navigate this again by turning their back, just looking the other way when these things were happening, and getting their cut of what was going on. And there was one particular arrest of, kind of a well-spoken gentleman with a mustache, and the other officers didn't even want to book him. And Serpico comes in and he starts taking off his whatever getup he was in, and the guy they arrested is just sitting around with the other officers, just laughing and having a good old chat, good old time. So you kind of get the feeling that, okay, this is some kind of a kingpin, and everyone's in on it except Frank. And then he roughs the guy up, and that scene, I really like that scene of him kind of roughing the guy up and getting him in the cage and kind of fussing with the lock on the cage. It was very real.
Right. Yeah, just the frustration boiling over of realizing, like, not only is the corruption deeper than you thought, there's almost no way to fight it, because at that point in the film, he's already gone through, as he says a few times, a few different outlets or outside agencies. I think he says it, like, there's been so many attempts at that point to try to expose some of this, and it just keeps coming up with nothing. And then you find, he tries to go on his own little crusade against it with, teaming up with somebody to get some information. He makes the arrest on that guy. And then sure enough, he's kind of just there shooting the breeze with the rest of the cops by the time he gets back upstairs to kind of, put him in the cell and all that. So it's that ultimate point of, like, talk about an uphill battle. I mean, you just can't win this one type of thing, or how he's feeling, at least at that point.
But also, I think it shows in the movie, if they meant to do this, I think there are the ethics of the police. There are the standards of what they think are crooked. Let's say that there's the mobsters, the Italians, I suppose, like that, who have got the money. They're like, I think even to it, like, give me $300. This, like, yeah, like, a lot of them, yeah, and then they go down like Hispanic, like the African Americans, and lower and lower, and they just get like that. They know who they want to do a collar, and then who might know somebody, so they need to be a little bit careful. We don't go into that neighborhood because they pay us off. It's like that. Whereas when he arrests, like Sandy said, when he arrests the guy, like, he's like, I paid you off. I've paid them off. I'm like that. There's a lot of times, like, like, he's just like, you've committed a crime. I'm like, no, I don't care. And he's like, asking, well, who you paid off? I don't care. It's you committed a crime. And when like they're in the set, like, and he's not even handcuffs, and he gets I think he's like in a butcher's outfit, isn't he? When he does it, and he charges, isn't it? Because like there's like 10 of them just having a laugh and a joke, like, yeah, they've taken the envelope, and he just loses it. He kind of loses it because he's like, yeah, because he's pissed off, not because like of the situation. It's because you're cops. You are cops. What are you doing? This is a criminal. This is not supposed to be your friend. Whatever he's done wrong is wrong. But you're still just, hey, you're one of my pals and like that. So it shows that familiarity. Oh, I can't say the word of like the probably, they had the what was that? Oh, I can't remember that movie now with Leonardo DiCaprio, when they show it with the Italians, they get instigated, like the Italians wanted, their policemen, the Jewish community wanted their policemen. They kind of all integrated into that society, and they, you're working for the police, but the mafia, your instigations are over on the people who are controlling it outside. I can't remember what that film's called. Oh, it's a modern one.
Leo, I'm trying to think.
Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't
know. It's Leo and the guy in Martian. What's his name?
The Departed?
Matt Damon.
Yes.
The Departed.
Okay, right. Yeah,
that one. The thing is, they all go in there, and they all
mhm.
go in there for different reasons. The reason isn't to join the police. It's
right. You somebody, find out. There's other cops in the.
Yes. And I think this movie kind of subtly kind of gives that. Is like, we're from the same neighborhood, so I ain't gonna do you. Like that. There's that kind of. I suppose this is very. It depends. I'm guessing it's not because New York and New York City is saving, but this is very heavy, showing that the New York Italians are corrupt. Like, if just by watching it, it really does show that very heavy in this movie. All the people who are like, they don't really want to arrest are that kind of like I suppose if you were going for like the mobsters, and we have that movie soon.
The predominance in New York at that time, and really going way back, you had the Irish police officers, the larger population in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and then more Italians and other ethnicities coming in to, again, all major cities on the East Coast have a similar, balance. I would say, Philadelphia is probably very much the same, leaning more toward Irish. Here in Baltimore, fewer Irish, more German. We kind of broke the mold there. We have the Germans kind of stayed here and didn't go into the rural part of the country through the Port of Baltimore. They kind of stayed here, but more of the kind of you group around the people and so if you're and you heard them mention in other places, like when he talks about the one girlfriend, and he says, look, I'm a cop, your father's a cop, your brother's a cop, your cousin's a cop, your uncle's a cop, I don't feel like it. And that's how it was in families, but he was the first in his family to go into that line of business. The rest of them who had come over from the old country, they had a trade, his father being a shoemaker, and they brought that trade, and they worked extraordinarily hard. That's the other kind of part of his character, being a first or second generation American. I feel like you have that such appreciation for hard work. If you work hard, all doors are open, and so there's such a value for working hard. And then when you see the corruption around you, it does really piss you off, because you're working hard and your family worked really hard and broke their backs to get here. And then you're looking at those on the police force, maybe whose families have been here 3 or 4 generations, and they don't remember how hard they had to work to get here. And, I just historically, my own, presumptions there, I think it is infuriating for more recent immigrants who did feel like they had to work really, really hard to see. It's all about just swapping some cash under the table.
But that's what I think they glaze over. That sounds like a better movie. It's ain't gonna be that, because it's what you just said seems edited better than what we got, because they glaze over it. It's too quick. Like the next bit, like in the like when we're going back to the movie, it's like I say, like you got the he's sitting in his garden and he's talking to his next door neighbor. His garden looks fine, and as you say, it used to be a junkyard. What do we have that? Yeah, we would never know that. And like she's impressed. He's sitting out there with his Italian like coffee, and he gives a remark about, like, I can't remember, like, he's a woman loves the garden, she loves the man. She has
to love the man, or something like that.
Yeah, she is. But it's just like, where did that come from? And then the one thing is, now when back to the next scene, and it's just like it just jumps a little bit too.
So much.
It's a little all over the place.
Yeah, it's like they like whoever the director was like, oh, we need to tell all the story, and we need 20 seconds. We've only got 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Move on. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Because like after that, like again, he's like he's with the guy in the hat and the glasses. Again with the dog. Why the dog? We don't know the reference to the dog. And he's like that. Even at this point, we're quite far into the movie. He's not dealt with corruption. He's seen corruption, like, but not in corruption as we know corruption. He's seen a bit of a backhand, you know, like turn a blind eye. But at this point, he just seems like a moaner because he seems like, because he didn't like what I can see in the movie, like now is like, because he's not been given the promotion, because I've been in this, like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it didn't feel like 50s to 70s because I've been in it 4 years and I've not gotten a promotion. Well, hold it. You need to work. You need to get your craft. Yeah. And that's the worst thing about this movie. And like being in the military, I probably did it. Most people did it. And like, you can see you're like, you know, the person above you in rank, you're like, how did they ever get there? Because they've been in 9 years. You know, like that, even though you're better than them after 2 years, but you've got to wait your turn. You've got to wait for your chance. This is just like he's just like, no, I'm better than you, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then it's just like that. And it just this bit of the movie, every time he moans or every time he complains, it looks like he's just a whiner. And not that he's got a point of like, these people are taking money, because he never directly says it. He just says, I can't do my job in this precinct. I need to move. And I can see why they go by. There's a point like, what's the best word? I think they probably even say, you're a bit of a shit stirrer. That's it. Like the best way to say it, like being candid, is like every time he goes there. And I think even when he gets to his next bit and they're like some plainclothes officers and they kind of back off from him. And then he knows one of them. And he's like, they're a bit friendly, but he has to kind of push him aside and go, you've got a bad rep. You know, you've got a bad rep for like, you do not stay in precinct. You jump to precinct. And it seemed like in the movie, like, because the timing between the 50s, as Sandy said, and the things, it just seemed like, he spent 6 months, like kind of jumping to precinct to precinct. So it's kind of a bit confusing as a viewer without knowing the backstory.
Yeah, I think to your point, at times and up to like, you know, obviously there's blatant corruption going on with these guys taking kickback and all that. And like, that's issue enough for him to, you know, not feel comfortable and want to kind of expose. Sure. But to your point, it does feel a little bit at times in this first part of the movie that he's more frustrated with the fact that he's not taking part of it, is maybe stopping his career from going the way he wanted to. And obviously there's a level of just wanting to be a good guy and do the right thing. That I think is there. But yeah, at times it does feel a little bit like he's a bit more frustrated with the idea of, you know, not excelling more in his career because he's the good guy, which almost comes off a little bit as like, that's what's bothering you more than the level of corruption itself. Because like you said, at this point, as far as we can tell, he knows it's really just like a few of the cops he's been with, like, you know, are accepting these kickbacks and everything. He's not even totally aware of, you know, the police commissioner and the higher levels of corruption and the turning the blind eye to it that's going on, which later on in the movie, once we find that out, then it all starts to make much more sense. Like he really does have a crusade against, you know, these wrongdoers and trying to do the right thing. Yeah. Just like, to this point, you don't feel that just, you can tell it bothers him from a moral standpoint because he is he is an honest cop and a good cop. But it also plays a little bit like, you know, it's the kind of blocking of the career that also takes up half of the concern. So half of it is the corruption itself. Half of it is I can't, you know, be the cop I want to be, whether that's morally or just, you know, title wise, because I'm not, you know, what do they say? He's not on or something, as they say, or on the take or however they
on the take. Yep.
Yeah, but is it like you feel like it's it's a few bad apples at this point in the movie? It's only a few bad apples.
Yeah, it like feels that way.
Picture, like he's just like, you because of the few bad apples, I'm not getting my promotion. Like he's taken the fingerprint course, he's done everything you know he could do. You know, he's kind of now the undercover person. Well, we don't see a lot of, and I felt that a bit bad because like when he grows his beard out and all that, we don't see real much undercover. Yeah, we see the different outfits, but we don't see him undercover.
Mm-hmm.
We just always see him back in the precinct.
I would have liked to have seen that, but again, then this film would have been 3 hours instead of 2 hours. I have a feeling that the rough cut of this film was probably 5 hours long, and then they had to get it down at least to, whatever it was, 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the beginning? Okay, this is going to be a horrible reference, but the beginning of Hot Fuzz, where
it's been a while.
They're trying to tell Sergeant Angel that he's overachieving, and what's his name? It's Steve Coogan and who's the guy? Martin.
Oh yeah, I can't remember his name.
The Hobbit. Yeah. And he's telling him,
it's slipping my mind.
You're doing so great. You're making the rest of us look bad. And then he wants to appeal the decision to send him off to the country, and he ends up with, there's the great Bill Nye telling him, nope, nope, there's no chance. You're making us all look bad. Go away. And just for a hint of a moment, this film made me remember that just for a minute, because that's what all the other cops are. Not just, they're not so much worried that what he's disclosing is going to lead to their downfall, because it goes up so high in the organization. Like, I don't think they believe that he has any traction with any of the allegations that he's making. But on the other hand, he's kind of sort of making them do a little more work than they would like to be doing.
Right.
He's making it difficult for them to come in and be lazy and just collect money every day. Right. So he does get transferred to what he's told is a squeaky clean precinct. And of course, he finds out that it's not, but he also does find at least one or two other folks who have been hesitant to raise concerns and allegations. And, so now he's got a little group of about 4 people around him. But now the lieutenant he was going to, who kept saying, hold on, the Catholic who had prayer meetings, who said, oh, someone's going to come talk to you. Well, he goes to the commissioner, and the commissioner says, I never talked to that guy. Did he tell you I was going to talk to? I never talked to that guy. So now it was all just to delay him for years, and those conversations were going on for years, and it was just delaying him from making a stink. But then they're asking him, who have you talked to? Who are these external parties that you've been talking to? And he will not give it up. And, well, I'm really glad you raised this. We're going to look into it internally. So, their own organization is going to investigate themselves. Yeah, that's a great idea for your own organization to investigate yourself, because you know what's going to happen there. And, the friend who has the political connection comes to him and says, you know what? Not the best time for the mayor. He's got other things going on right now. This is going
to be a hot summer, and we don't want riot. Yeah, just the whole
the riots are coming, and we're not going to do it. But I'm with you. And you start to think, this guy's going to turn on him, but he doesn't. He's still a friend. He just wants to find the right way, and it's through the police. It's through the newspaper. It's going to be kind of just, okay, Frank, you're a very well-read person. You've traveled around the world. You speak 6 languages. You love art. Didn't you read any history books? When you find out when real corruption is discovered and addressed, it's usually through journalism, right? In the old days when journalism was good. Whether
when they were journalists,
whether it be Watergate, from way back when, to Madoff and not Too Big to Fail, sorry, The Smartest Guys in the Room. Now, the whole Enron thing, that those are all journalists that exposed.
Well, even I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie Spotlight. That was kind of journalists in Boston uncovering the stuff going on with the church and all that. That was there's another case of journalism exposing wrongdoings of the world.
And that's the traditional role of journalism. It should be, who polices the police, who oversees government to make sure they're doing the right thing, regardless of the party that's in power. Good journalism does that. What we have today, sadly, is not that. But he does. The mayor, and you'll question, like, okay, was the mayor in on it or not? The mayor says, we're going to create an independent commission, and these 5 people from different parts of the city government and even external are going to get together and listen to everything. And up until now, Pacino's been saying, by the way, I'm going to give you all the information, but I'm not testifying. Not because he was afraid of anything, I don't think. I think this is where his absolute morality comes in. I think it was, as awful as this is, I don't want to be the official snitch, right? I'm not an official snitch until I testify against. I've given you everything. You can make your own conclusions based on all the evidence I've given you. I'm not testifying. I'm not testifying. Well, he does. He does testify. Others do as well. Like I said, there were others who did provide testimony, and eventually it led to changes in not just the New York City Police Department, but in police departments around the world. As I mentioned, Frank became a lecturer and lectured to police departments, criminal justice classes, government classes, for many, many years, about ethics and about corruption, about doing the right thing.
Sorry, Sandy, can I just say, I just felt like in this movie, all it kind of showed is, if you're taking the money, just be more careful.
Yeah. Watch out for goofballs.
Yeah, like, just don't show anybody else the envelope. Like, that's kind of like, it's unfortunately, even when he got to the end of it, I was like, yeah, the corruption, but it's, I'm going to put my hands up and I'm going to like, because I know a couple of coppers, it's still there.
Oh,
it's
yeah, absolutely.
Definitely still there. So
100%.
Has it changed? No, people just got more clever on how to deal with it. And I was like, this is just kind of a movie. Just kind of shows you, like, he did everything right into the wrong way and nobody cared, because who went to jail? Who went to prison for years? No, all they went was like, we'll change things. We'll change our ways. Well done. Well done. All they're saying is, like, guys, just be more careful. Just be more careful, because you got guys like this who might out you. So when you're going to give you the money, if it came to you, you keep the money. Don't show your partner. That's all I got from it.
What happened was some of the lower ranking, I hate to use the word peons, but some of the lower ranking officers did go to jail. The higher ups,
the full guy,
like a pound of flesh for the media.
Yeah.
For the people.
Yep, nothing happened to the higher, to the higher ups. And then while this is going on, is when he's shot. Remember, he's testifying, he's cooperating. This commission is now in broad daylight. He's still doing his job every day. He's still going out there and doing his job with people who now they really hate him. Now he's continuing to get death threats. No one wants to work with him, but he's still going to go out and do his job every day. And so now we get to the end, where he is on a drug bust. And there is question to this day whether was it planned ahead of time that, he might likely be shot and murdered, or whether the shooting happened and then the police officers really did nothing about it. Because when he's shot in real life and sort of depicted in the film, it's not the police officers that help him. The police officers go in to the apartment and do whatever it is they do. It was a neighbor across the hallway that called for an ambulance, and I think it was the police officers eventually who said, "Nah, we'll take him." The question is, how long did it take them to get to the hospital? Were they real? Yeah, the siren was going. Were they going fast? Should we have waited for an ambulance to come? Were they going to go around in circles and just hope?
What movie did we have that? What movie did Oh my God, we had it on the film club.
Another one?
Had what?
Yeah. When they got shot and they were like, Cool Hand Luke.
Oh, Cool Hand Luke, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Right at the
exactly.
end there.
Yeah.
And it took 2 hours, and
Yeah.
they said, you can go here and it takes 20 minutes, or you can go 2 hours away. Yeah, we'll go to the one 2 hours away. And he died on the way. Yep, absolutely. And so here, and he did, thankfully. So the bullet went through his cheek, through his jawbone, and fragments of bullets were all around his ear and his auditory nerves. So he had lost hearing, or lost most of his hearing. Nothing touched his brain. And essentially, if you're going to get shot in the face/head, he got shot in exactly the place that was okay to get shot. He didn't suffer any other damage. He didn't have stroke-like symptoms. He didn't lose his memory. Everything else was fine. He just lost his hearing. To the
don't
dismay.
they say in the movie, don't they? They say to his mum and dad. I'm guessing his mum can't speak English. They're translating. It's lucky it was low caliber, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a small.
Yeah.
And the doctor's like all excited, like, hey, we thought this was going to be much
yeah.
worse, and hooray, and this is going to be fine. And thankfully it was. Now you'll notice in a scene after that, he's walking with a cane. So, and someone could correct me if they watch this later and know the real story, but in the book, he didn't need a cane. He used it to affect, and he did have a sword in his cane. It was one of those dramatic things he wanted. He always traveled with his gun. Even today, I'm sure he still travels with a gun, but he also wanted the sword in the cane just for effect. So interesting enough, you see in the film, it's like, oh, he did get injured. Nope. It's just because he wanted to have a sword and a gun wherever he went. He did, as you mentioned, get his gold badge. He also got the Medal of Honor, the New York Police Department Medal of Honor that is bestowed on the bravest of officers. He also received awards from around the world, including the Police Officer Society in Italy, that is the Society of St. Michael the Archangel. And not only did they give him an award, but he got his honorary, or maybe perhaps real, Italian citizenship as well. So he is a citizen of the United States and a citizen of Italy. And yeah, he moved to Switzerland. He lived around the world. However, if he went to visit friends, because he did go to visit, he became very good friends with the reporter who wrote the story. And I'm sorry, I think his name is Durkin, not David Dirk, who was the sergeant, but he became very good friends with the reporter, and he stayed friends with some of the other police officers who also, disclosed the allegations. But when he would go to visit them and their families, he sometimes would not leave. So he stayed with one of his quote friends for 2.5 years. He would not leave. He just moved in. He traveled in the United States in a camper with
Seems like that kind of guy.
Yeah.
Jay, I'm moving in.
Totally bohemian. He traveled with the dog in the camper, and he would set up the camper in the backyard, and he would be with you for a very long time. When he traveled, he also would plant little gardens, just like Mr. Renaissance man, just Mr. Renaissance man. And as I mentioned, he's 88 years old. He's still around today. He has been a teacher, a lecturer, and I like true life, real stories. And this certainly is one. I tell you, it certainly is one. There's a lot to this story. I think the film ends really abruptly, but I don't know how else it would end, because otherwise it would keep, kind of going on. And it kind of the story bookended with beginning when he's in the cop car after being shot, and then ending after what happens after he's shot. So I have this thing for gritty movies, I realize. Overall, I did enjoy the
East Coast gritty dark 70s
I know.
movies.
And I'm becoming one of these person who says, you got to read the book because it's better. But you do. The book is it's not that long. It's 390 pages. And it has an epilogue written by Frank Serpico. So the book was originally published in 1973. So yeah, it was like published at the beginning of 1973, and then the film came out at the end of 1973. But it was updated in 2005 with the epilogue that tells a little bit more about Frank's life after the incidents covered in the book. So I do recommend the book. I rate the book a C. The only reason I don't give it a higher rating because I really like the story. The writing style is not quite my writing style. It's really too much. It's really too much, I guess, exposition-y. It's probably going to be a bad word, but better to have exposition in a book than to have it in a film. So I recommend that. And for anyone interested in the history of police corruption or government ethics, I always like real life stories as well. And I think this is one that I would add to my list of, what I have on my shelf over there, beginning with 8 Men Out and Too Big to Fail and The Smartest Guys in the Room and Madoff and Theranos, all of those stories. I would definitely add this to one of those tales that we can learn from. And God bless Frank Serpico, still kicking at 88.
Yeah, good for him. Good for him.
So, Jay, is this the first time you watched it?
So I didn't think it was. I would have sworn I had seen this movie, but in retrospect, watching it, I should say, I realized I had never seen it before. I think I'd just seen bits and pieces of it. So this ended up being a first watch that I didn't think was a first watch. But going through it, I was like, yeah, I've actually never seen this one before.
And well, I'm gonna go that. I'm just gonna. I'll go first. Yeah, we're gonna go and.
So I think that it's a very interesting story. I think kind of what Sandy pointed out at the beginning, a fault of it is not only is it an interesting story in and of itself in terms of just exposing the corruption in the police force at this point in time in New York. I think he's also a very interesting character and his story is very interesting. So trying to do the two at once made it way too messy and disjointed. I think a better focus on just trying to tell the story of the police force and everything going on there would have made it a bit more clean in terms of how they told it. It does feel like it's just because of the nature of him and being such an interesting guy. Every bit of it that they put in to try to explain who he is without explaining it, to just kind of show you and hope you can connect it and get it. I do think it's like by the time you see the mouse and the bird, you realize, oh, this guy loves animals. It just takes too many examples of flashing images of it on the screen, basically, to get you there to the point where it all feels so random until you make that connection. And even when you make it, it still doesn't feel like a good payoff in terms of like, oh, that's why they were doing it. It was more just like, oh, okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it didn't feel like a great payoff in that sense. So I get why they did it the way they did. It just, it again, felt too disjointed, too kind of all over the place. And the editing, I think, was a big issue for me in terms of just the flow of the movie. The flow seemed so off given that. I think Pacino did a pretty good job in it. A few times he's a little over the top, but that's Al Pacino. You're gonna get that in his acting.
Pacino being Pacino.
But to a point Stasis made earlier, I do also think that the way he played it, which I don't know if it was just him or the direction of the people making the film, he does become, even though he's a good, honest cop, he does become a little bit hard to like at some points. He's a little too stubborn, a little frustratingly stubborn in terms of how he acts and things. So, I would say overall, I probably land on about a 5 for this one. I think it's a really interesting story. And I think he also has a very interesting story. I'd almost rather see a movie on this and a documentary on him. If that makes sense. I think that would kind of make it flow a little bit better, or not flow a little bit better. It would make the movie side of it flow better, and would also give you a chance to see the personal side of it in terms of him and his experience through it. So I give it about a 5. I would say It's a recommend in terms of, I would say, I think it's a movie worth watching to find out a little bit about it, to see, you know, another one in Al Pacino's filmography. I don't think it was a terrible movie or anything, but I can't say it's a strong recommend. For me, it would be more of like, if you're a movie buff, kind of the way we all are, it's one you should check out at some point to make up your own mind on it. But I wouldn't say it's a recommend in terms of like, you got to see this one type of thing. But I also wouldn't say, you know, skip it entirely. It's not worth it. So it falls in a really weird middle zone for me, where I'm happy I watched it. I'm happy I kind of finally got to see it, to make sure it's in my list of films I've watched. But is it one I'd go back to? No, probably not. And I think, you know, one thing, I'm noticing now, this is probably one of our shortest film clubs in terms of talking about the movie, because we did what the movie probably should have done, which was get rid of all the stuff that's unnecessary and keep it focused on the points. You know what I mean? So it's almost a little bit too long as well. So I would say if you're a movie buff, check it out. You know, I think you can take some things from it that are interesting, and I think it's well worth seeing, you know, a great actor like Pacino, trying to see as much of his filmography as you can, as long as it's not anything awful. And I don't think this was awful. I just don't think it was done as well as it really could have been. It does feel a little bit dated at some points too, but you can move past that. It's a different time. Movies were made different cameras, technology, the whole thing, different story structure, all of that. So you can move past some of the datedness of it. But the editing is more of a kind of issue that isn't just a date thing. It just was trying to do too much and squished it all together a little bit disjointed.
I think you're spot on. Yeah. James, what's your rating?
No, I remember I thought I've watched this a couple of times. I probably only watched this once, probably in the 90s. And I brain, because I think, like Jay, you think you've watched the movie because there's so many clips out there of the movie.
Yes.
And like, I've watched the movie and I thought it was better than it was. Now, if I'm going to go of like just things, I would love to see this as a mini series. Give me a mini series, like 5 episodes
that'd be cool.
of a mini series. Like, and I mean, like as Jay just said, like a biography kind of mini series of it, telling the man, the corruption, and the person. This tries to do it within a very long space of a movie. It's not a short movie. This is still like 2.5 hours.
2:10, I think.
Yeah. So like, but what it does, it chops and changes its mind. And I think this is bad directing. They they have the storyline out there of what they should have done. Is like, you have the police, you have the lifestyle, or you have the modern kind of time scale of like, you know, 50s to 70s. And they just go, I want to do everything. You only got 2 hours. I want to do everything. And he crams it in so much. It's just disjointed. And now I didn't know until my girlfriend looked up. The beard is fake.
Oh, really?
Because the director didn't know. This is where I was like, this is bad directing. This is terrible. Because he didn't know what scene Al Pacino was doing on the day. So what he needed to do is have Al Pacino clean shaven and then beard on. And I was like, how would you not know?
Yeah, usually plan that stuff out. I mean, look at Castaway, for example.
Versus Tom Hanks, exactly.
Right. You kind of know, okay, we do it like most people. Oh, okay, we're doing a New York cafe scene. We're shooting all of them in now, blah, 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 blah. Like, but if you got a guy that you want to go from the 50s to the 70s, you kind of want that progression of the beard. Like, okay, Al, when we start shooting, we don't want you to shave. We just literally let it grow, let it be a bit tacky, a bit free. Your hair, don't comb it. Let's go for that. And it just felt like the movie had a great story. The director and the editors effed it up in a really bad way, because I remember the movie and I edited it myself. Is that in your head canon? If that is that's the best way to do it? Because the movie is so disjointed. There's so many, like, as we said, like in our discussion, there's so many like 20 seconds. What is that about? What's that like? The dog, the animals, the bit about the playwright, even about like he's a homosexual in the bathroom, the girlfriends, they're not needed. Why did you put them in it? Because it was part of who he was. Okay, he's told a story. It was probably in a book or whatever, or he's told a story too. But to tell a movie, to show a movie, that isn't it. It should have been a cop versus cop, and it wasn't. And the problem is with this movie, like we've gone about Al Pacino as the main lead, I think he does it really well. Do you know the problem? He doesn't have a buddy. Like you said, like Sandy, there's four
people at different times. Yeah.
There's 4 people, but you needed those. At one point, he needed a buddy. He needed somebody who could rely on. You needed the bad guy. And when the bad guys come in, they just disappear. So you don't get that.
And there's too many of them. There's not one bad. There's no focus. You're right. You're right.
Okay. Give me one of the other characters' names.
Yeah,
that is the problem. You don't remember anybody else in the movie. They're good actors. They are playing their roles, but they're so short. They're not prominent to the story because the story just literally ups and downs, because they don't have a direction what it does. So I like the story, just the movie just is blasé. It's just all over the place. It's like, oh, I want to tell this bit, and then I want to tell this bit, and then I want to tell this bit. Oh, but we need to get to this bit, and it's just things. Hold it. I understand about the corruption, but the next scene is about the corruption. Like we've got so many scenes, like when they open after he gets shot, of course, when we go into the main story, it's the first kind of what's it in the deli. We know there's under the counter, they're paying for it. Okay, the time when it was, I understand. They get a freebie. You're going to protect me against blah blah. I might have been in a dodgy neighborhood. You get a free sandwich, or what, a free soup, or whatever it is. But then the next bit is exactly the same. Different content is exactly the same. The next scene, every corruption scene is exactly the same. It doesn't up the game. It just, as I said, it looks like it's only bad apples. It's only like, every precinct, there's a couple, like out of like the hundreds in the precinct, he got pissed off by 5 people who wanted to take. Oh, I need to move. Next one. Like he wanted that perfect environment. That is the problem where you start to not like the guy, is because he doesn't try and fix the problem in his precinct. He gets pissed off because, one, they found out about him. I don't get a promotion, and I'm on to the next one, and he gets a bad rap. Like, it's just all the movie is. The idea of the movie is great. The idea of the real man is great. You needed that collaboration of other people telling their story around him, because to me, it just sounded like somebody whining. And if I didn't know there was a true story, the books and all that, and there's collaboration, it's false. It just sounded like somebody was telling me a lie all the way through the movie. It's like, oh, I've left the police force because of, and I want to sell books or a movie. It just doesn't feel right. It just so like Jay, you gave it a 5. I'm gonna give it a 4, just because it's so disjointed. Like I remember liking it, but because of scenes, watching it again, I really didn't like it. Because like you get interested, and then they do something in the next scene that is so badly edited, it takes you out of it, because you're like, I'm interested. What are you doing? Stop getting me uninterested in the movie. You're supposed to be pushing the story, and that's the problem. That's what I'm saying. If they gave me like a 5-episode documentary miniseries, I'm gonna be in. I probably like it. Like, but the movie's just all over. But the worst bit, I can get why Al Pacino got his thing, because there's certain bits he's not being Al Pacino, he's being a good actor. There are a lot of bits when he's going over the top, and he's being Al Pacino. And like
Al Pacino.
but this is like Al Pacino. It's hot. This is an era when he's hot, so I can understand where he got things. Like I did say Sandy, you probably got the numbers up there. Like it did like what 30 million worldwide. Like
I'm gonna bring it up right now.
Bring it up now.
Let's bring up the numbers.
So bring up that. Like so we got to say because we got 33 million and just under 30 million. But that is 20. I looked it up. I had to look it up because I was like, this is not a British movie. So I looked it up. It's like just under 23 million was US. So the rest of it is international. But when they re-released it in 2022, like it only brought in £26,000.
Oh wow!
Really interesting.
Yeah.
So they re-released it. Nobody went and watched it. 26,000 is dismal for a re-release.
That's crazy. But it was, it was made for a very low budget at the time. It would be $22 million today. It was $3 million back in 1972/73. It was a box office hit. It made 29.8 million, as you mentioned, which would be 220. It would be 10 times today. It would have made 10 times its budget. It did receive Oscar nominations for Al Pacino and for Best Screenplay. It received BAFTA nominations for Best Actor, Best Director, and for score. Now, we haven't mentioned the score and the music. I thought the music was that typical cliche 70s-ish jazzy, jazz lounge.
It didn't stand out to me, to be honest with you.
Just that background music, right? That typical 70s stuff. Now, let's talk about it. Was the 10th highest grossing film of 1973, which is great because I looked, there are like 25 films that I definitely recognize. But again, look at 1973. The Exorcist, The Sting, and American Graffiti were the top 3. The Way We Were was down at like number 5. Live and Let Die was number 9. Robin Hood the Animated, which is the best Robin Hood there is, I'm so sorry to say. All due respect to Alan Rickman, of course, in Prince of Thieves, but the best Robin Hood is the animated. And then this.
Oh, I was thinking of Alan. What's that name? Flynn.
Errol Flynn. Yeah, but I like it.
I know.
So nobody was thinking of Russell Crowe.
The Disney version with Sir
or the other one who just did one, the Edgerton, the kid who was just it was just Elton John as well. I can't think of his name, but him and Jamie Foxx, I think, just did a Robin Hood version.
What was it? What was it called? What was that called?
I think it was actually called. Wasn't it called Robin Hood?
Was it called Robin Hood?
Was it just good? I was like, oh my god, that is that. People, that's a 0. Do not watch it. That is diabolical.
And it's not going to be on our list of so bad.
Now I have to look it up. Sorry, continue. I'm sorry. I keep putting a side.
Yes, but yes,
It's someday, folks.
Robin with a Y.
So bad they're good, but not that one. But yeah, so again, a really good year, and I feel like every time we look back on the 70s and 80s, we're saying, "Oh, it's a really good year for film," continuing to highlight the dearth of creativity that we live in today, where in a year we look maybe forward to 1 or 2 films. So I think we all miss those, not quite the golden age of film, but the much better days.
I think film. It's like what, like you probably like from probably just like probably 71 to probably 78. They like Oscars and BAFTAs.
Every year.
They like that art. The art movie. They like that kind of long-standing, drawn out. It like it's got a good actor. Does it have a great story? But they liked it. They liked it. Like in the 80s, then they kind of changed into a little bit more fast-paced kind of things. It's a change of times like that. But but that kind of era, that 70s period, and 8 years probably, like art. We just go by art movie.
It was entertaining. Think about just film. You don't have to agree with the film. At a very basic level, it's there to entertain us. And if it's not even interesting or entertaining, or again, anything to look forward to, like today, why bother? But it is fun to go back and look at the years and what the top films were each year as we've been doing our reviews. So for my rating, I recommend this film if you're someone who likes, that part of American history, if you're interested in history in general, government, politics, ethics. I also give the film a 5 for essentially the same reasons that we've been discussing. It's too big of a story to cram into a film, and it was edited extraordinarily poorly. I think there are 3 different stories here that could have been told in a different way. I would also like to suggest another way that this story could have been told. One good device for telling true story is for the narrator to look back and recollect or reminisce, and maybe perhaps the film, instead of being bookended with him being shot, perhaps if the film was taken from him disclosing his story to the reporter and walking through his story in a more cohesive way, that might have been a better way to depict the film. And maybe it would have fit in 2.5 hours or so. Maybe not, but I kind of felt like
but how good would this movie be if you had a voiceover?
Yeah, I mean, look. I know I always say it's my favorite movie, but look at Goodfellas. Goodfellas did the narrative from that perspective and did it great.
Yeah,
but that's a perfect example.
Like just having him, like, it wouldn't have to actually be like Al Pacino's voice. It could be the real guy or like somebody like that kind of thing, like just explaining, like,
to fill in the gaps.
Oh yeah, that would have made so much. It would have made so much more sense. It would.
They could have been telling the story.
Yeah,
and
I just think the director, I don't know if he got full of himself. Like, what did the director, like, I don't know. Sandy, director,
Sidney Lumet.
What did he do? What did he do after this?
Oh my God,
he did before. But
he is one of my favorites.
Go on.
Because he does those kinds of, as I mentioned before when we were talking about Glenn Ross, that like Sidney Lumet and David Mamet are some of my favorite, combinations. And actually, together they did 12 Angry Men. So Sidney Lumet and David Mamet together did 12 Angry Men. He also did the original.
That is brilliant. That is great though. But that's
wait,
that is but that is focused. Sorry, to 12 Angry Men people. That is focused. That is focused. What have you got to do? Really focused on the narrative and what they got to do.
Now, you want to talk about a really scattered story? Murder on the Orient Express. I won't discuss anything about it because the twist is too important to never, ever give up in spoilers. And I promised myself, as long as I live, because it is my favorite book of all time, I will never give up.
I was going to say book or movie. Yeah.
Book. But he did the original film, not the Ken Branagh version, but he did the original. Yeah. He also did.
I like the Ken Branagh version. That is good.
I do too. Yeah. He also did A View from the Bridge. He also did, are you ready for this? Long Day's Journey Into Night. He also did, let's see, Dog Day Afternoon. So he worked with, right away, right after this, began working with Al Pacino and Dog Day Afternoon, which I absolutely love. He did The Wiz, which was a big deal here. He did The Verdict, which was a big deal here. Yeah. So he's done a lot.
Then one movies are like very. This seemed like a very complicated. There's a lot to it. The movies you said are very. That's the movie. This one has joiners on it.
Yeah. So he just didn't quite make, but a really wonderful catalog. And I do. Yeah. Oh, and also my other kind of for him, I really like Dog Day Afternoon and then Network. I love it's on the wheel because I put it on there. I absolutely love the film Network. So Sidney Lumet is one of my. He also did
not Sandra Bullock's Network, because that would take that off.
No, the original Network. But he's a director who and also he picked up plays. So most of the work that he's done was picking up, highly regarded stage shows, like also, A View from the Bridge I mentioned, and then The Iceman Cometh, which is a big deal. And if you like Tootsie, like me, then you'll know that the film that the play that the Dustin Hoffman character is trying to fund is The Iceman Cometh, and there's reference to that there. So anyway, so I don't want to get too meta. But I do like Sidney Lumet. I do think he missed an opportunity here for sure to tell the story in a different way. How many films do we have that are really highly regarded where we have a narrator looking back and telling a story? I give the film a 5 as well, but I'm going to surprise you all. And I've also been giving letter grades for real stories for historical accuracy. I'm giving this an A for historic accuracy because there is no deviation. There's nothing in the film that didn't happen in real life. And that's probably the problem. So here we've hit on telling the true story in an engaging way may be so difficult that you have to weave in a little bit of fantasy or change the timeline to make it more engaging. Because here's my highest rating I've given so far on historic accuracy and one of my lower scores for the film. Now, I don't want to spoil anything for the future, so stay tuned in the future. When we get to Apollo 13, you're going to find those scores both being really high, which is why I love that film.
Sorry, Sandy. I'm just going to break in it right, Bummer, because this is where I found it hard because, as you know, a bit historical geek, as you know, and I was like, let's find out an alternative view.
Yeah.
The alternative questions. I could not find one. So every premise, every book, every audit or whatever it was always to Serpico's or the other guys' views.
Because there weren't enough characters to bounce off of.
No, but not enough to the like, I mean, real life. Nobody discredited him. And I was like, that is weird. There was nobody who came up and went, that never happened. That never took place. And I was like, so everybody just went quiet.
Yeah.
And I was like, that is weird in history. Even today, you've got people who are retired. And I was like, oh, that's why I was like, oh, I like the history bit of it. I can't give it, like you say, I couldn't give it an A because I was like, there's no counter argument. Where's the counter argument? I like a counter argument, like where you can do it. This is one argument, and everybody went to that argument. And I was like, oh, I want that. Oh, he was this, he was that. I couldn't find that. And I was like, that is weird. Like, you couldn't find one person in a precinct of like hundreds other people who just went, you know what? Yeah, he might have been right, but he was a dick. Like that. There was not that counter argument. Like, I understand what he did, but he did it wrong.
I wonder if, honestly, given the shame and embarrassment, because you see a lot of how some of these commissioners and high lieutenants and all these things, whatever. I'm never great with remembering the rankings of the police force, but these high-ranking members were all just about like protecting the image of the shield and all that. I almost wonder if maybe when it all came out, the big thing was like, everybody shut the hell up, just don't talk about it. Let's let this blow over. Maybe that's why we don't have too much of it.
But also, like I was saying, but when you're retired, you can give it good. You could give the counter. You've got that counter argument, like, oh, by the way, I worked with him, such and such, and somebody's going to come with you and give it like, by the way, if you diss him, you've got a good book there because you're giving the counter argument. There's nothing there. There's always, this one is one way. I was like,
I think it's because people who went to jail, there were so few who went to jail that the rest of them just got to shut up because they got lucky. They got lucky.
I don't know, the booking sergeant. The booking sergeant's got to have something to say. When he came in, he was like that. Somebody's going to buy that book. Somebody's going to play that. There's nothing else. And I was like, it just made it a bit unhistorical. And I mean, it's historical.
Interesting.
And it's just like,
I was respect like, that.
Ooh, yeah. And I was just like, oh, I just want that. That nerd in me, I need that counter argument so I can give that, put them pieces. I can put them pieces because only having that and there's only that. And I mean, there's like the row chess in chess.
We've got to read the book.
The row and prawns. Yeah, but that's the same. But that's the same. You've got that. But you've got
Did you
the
say
book.
Prawns?
It's prawns.
I thought I heard prawns as well.
Prawns.
Now I'm going to be seeing little shrimps every time I play chess.
The little shrimp. Lined up. That's what I felt. It's just not the counter. Where's the other side? It's just like I'm playing white, and white are going to win, and it just that's just like every time. Like it was so hard. It might be the media, it might be, but I can't believe it is. I just couldn't find an alternative argument, and that is a big like. It was like because I'm interested in, and me and Sandy are gonna like probably have so many movies or blah blah blah. Like we're gonna go, oh, I read this book and I read that book but we both read the same books. Book. We have arguments. And this one, you just don't have the counter. You just don't have the counter. And I'm like, no, I needed to like. It was so heavy on one side. It was just like I need that balance. I need the balance, even if the balance is wrong. You can have that argument, and that is great. And I think this is like the aspect of like even modern media, historical media, like you just need, and I just couldn't find it, and I just got annoyed trying to look for the counter argument of him, and I just couldn't find it. I just like when he went to Switzerland, I was like, he just went, and I was like, where's the counter? Where's the counter? There's got to be somebody who countered it, and there wasn't. It really pissed me off. Like, but that's me. That's me. He might be right.
That's fair, very fair.
But it just pissed me off. It just pissed me off. I couldn't like go like yes, I believe you, but I want to learn. That's it. So the two princes in a tower, as Sandy just found out. There's so many counter arguments.
There are. There are, and we could go on for days on that. And Jade would have to get in here for that conversation for sure.
My God. Do not learn the War of the Roses. It would take you years.
Well, it's Game of Thrones, right? It's essentially Game of Thrones.
Oh, that's what he was. Yeah.
No,
Game
I'm
of
sorry.
Thrones.
That I don't. That's
okay.
easy.
Game of Thrones. It's Game of Thrones, but condensed. Anybody there? Oh my God! I think my girlfriend gave Sandy a snippet of the history lesson like that. She's a York person. Everybody, she's York.
Wonderful. She's a York. She's a York, not a Lannister or Lancaster. See, look, I almost said Lannister. Well, that's where the Yorks are the Starks and the Lancasters are the Lannisters. Yeah. So
that's it. Yeah. That's it.
That's it. But yeah, I hope you all didn't hate it too much, and I hope you all enjoyed the watch. I think for me, watching it again was like, oh, yeah, this doesn't move very fast. It feels like a long film with little snippets of things that was helping me to kind of refer back to the book. And so again, I recognize that those who haven't read the book certainly would have had a different experience, and that those jarring moments were probably magnified by 100 because you hadn't read the book and gotten all the in between.
But do you think you like the movie more because you know the gaps of the book?
Yeah, I could follow the film better.
And
fair
that's
enough.
why you like the book and you remember the movie better than the book, and that keeps the gaps going.
I'm honestly shocked we haven't seen. I mean, this was 1973. I am shocked we haven't seen somebody pick this story back up to do it again. In some form, whether it be movie, whether it be miniseries or full series, there is a really interesting story here, and a very interesting individual at the center of it. So again, I'm just shocked it hasn't been picked back up to be. I mean, in the day of Hollywood redoing everything that we've seen before, I'm shocked this was one that hasn't been yet.
Oh my God, I could pick so many actors who played the Al Pacino role, like literally about that's done.
And directors to helmet and all that, you know what I mean?
Here you go. Who's the guy? Who just done the Marvel? He's British, but I could see him as it with the mustache. Who
is just he in Marvel?
One British guy with that mustache.
No. He's just done that one. The African one that's just been released. Who was in what's it? Oh my God, what's it called? Chat, please help me. It's just been released in the last couple of days. It's about a
Craven, the guy playing Craven the Hunter, Aaron Taylor Johnson.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay, I was thinking
how
MCU
we
because I always forget these Sony movies are even Marvel.
Thank you. It's like
how
good would he be?
He's a good actor. I like him.
Yeah,
I like him a lot.
Give him that. I don't know why he did this one. The money must have been good, but look at that. If he did that seriously, like you think of him in Bullet Train.
Oh, I loved him. Him and his partner there in that. Is it David Tyree? I think I might have his name wrong. I thought they were brilliant in that. Their back and forth was so good. Their chemistry was phenomenal.
Very underrated movie. I love that movie. I love that.
You know, it doesn't knock the socks off. It's not cinema masterpiece, but it is a fun, good movie.
Do you know what? It is one of those movies. It's not great. It's not good. But do you know what? I smile all the way through.
Oh yeah, that was a fun. Even my wife watched it and she was like, "Wow, I really like that movie." That was a fun watch.
I don't remember.
Brian Tyree Henry was his name. Not David Tyree.
You know the one thing I remember off that movie because my son is like when he goes, "Well, Thomas, the diesel engines." Diesel's about.
Oh goodness!
It's like I love that movie. I love that movie. It's just it's a movie I always put on. And it's one that, like, when it comes on, sorry, it was going off tangent here. Like, but it's one of the movies when it comes on, I start watching it, and then I don't turn over, and I'm like, that is what you love about movies. That is what everybody likes about me, is when you forget that you actually enjoyed it, and then you actually go, boom, dum, I'm watching it. It's like Sandy would agree with me. Like, Lawrence of Arabia is a long movie. Every time it comes on,
you can't stop. Exactly. You're stuck for 2.5 hours then, and 3 or 4.
That is it. And like absolutely. What's it? They came from outer space.
Well, for me, it is The Godfather. As we're going to talk about next week, The Godfather is on here quite a bit, and unfortunately, more and more of the channels that we used to watch with maybe one commercial break every half an hour, Jay. Now it's a commercial break every 10 minutes.
Oh God.
So The Godfather takes 5 hours, but I have to watch it. And I always seem to be clicking around when Sonny's getting spoilers. When Sonny's
don't shoot it down. I hate it. Sonny's my best character, and I hate it every fucking time. Every time. Sonny,
get ready for it again.
Look what they done to my boy. Look how they massacred my boy.
Now I can see we've got a long episode next time. Let's just say that. So this one was quite short, but it was interesting. It was short, but this is Godfather is Godfather.
It's
like
a Christmas movie.
Sandy's reaching.
We got to get Christmas where we can. We haven't had too many options.
My God, I don't know.
We got a little bit in Castaway, a little bit in Godfather. We'll take it.
Okay, on that, should we go there? Are we going to be? What are we going to get next? What are we going to get?
There's an entire Reddit, by the way. There is an entire Reddit thread.
I thought about the will
called The Godfather is a Christmas movie. So just saying that tells you it is a Christmas movie.
It's not. It's like God. Yeah, but was it? Oh no, Die Hard, Godfather.
Yeah.
I could
Die Hard kind of entirely takes place at Christmas. Right. At least the duration of that movie kind of takes place there. So I don't know. Fair enough. But
yeah,
I think for this week, I'm going to try to will it into existence. Let's get a Christmas story. Would that match? That would match with Christmas, right? Because next Christmas is 2 weeks away. So it'd be close enough. It'd be right after. So whatever.
I don't know. We're going to get. Okay. Who do you think is going to get? Sandy's got 2 in a row.
I feel like it's not fair if I get. Yeah, I feel like I've had quite a few.
I've been a bit dry. Like Jay got the last.
I had Castaway, and then I think that was my first in a while. So I've at least had a little something.
No, you had one before. What was the one before?
Did I?
Oh my God. Sorry, guys. You gotta look because I think Jay got 2 in a row. I think I've been dry. I think I had the hit.
I think you have. Well, I think The Godfather would have been you and me.
I was curious. Yeah,
all of us actually.
Right. I know it was by the time I made my list, it was already on there, so I didn't bother, but it would have been so.
Okay, you have 4 weddings. So
that was Sandy. Yeah.
No. So
Gary Glenn
so
Ross with me.
I think
so
Sandy's been on a streak here for the most part.
I've been on a streak.
Glenn, 4 weddings, Trouble with the Curve of Mine, little bit of Zulu, and then Time Machine. So I had 3. There you go. So I had 3. So like Jay, I think
so we might actually be due for one of mine.
Yeah, it's got to be one of yours.
I noticed Abe pointing out The Dark Knight in chat a little bit today, and I do believe I have it on there. So hopefully that one comes on. Because I think Abe will have fun disagreeing with me on that one.
Is there disagreement? Anyway, you know what? I always did a countdown. Jay, as we're gonna think it's you, count down to 5.
All right. So we'll start with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm so excited.
Western.
Suspense gets me every time.
Oh, it's a short name.
Oh, Sicario! It is one of mine. I was just watching this with my wife. I love this movie. It's so good.
Good job.
Let's go.
Oh my god!
All right.
I was like,
it is not Christmas whatsoever.
Oh my god! There we go.
Okay, I'm looking it up. Is there any Christmas in Sicario?
This is
no.
I love Benicio del Toro is one of my favorite actors.
This is our second Josh Brolin.
Brilliant. Yes, another Josh Brolin. Yep. Oh, this is fantastic. I just started watching this with my wife randomly like 2 weekends ago because we were looking for something to watch, and we had just watched Reptile, his movie that was on Netflix with Justin Timberlake. And she really liked that one. I thought it was fine. I thought it was solid, and she liked it because she likes a good thriller movie. And I was like, well, have you ever seen any of Benicio del Toro's other movies? Because he's one of my favorites. And she was like, no, not really. So I'm like, all right, next one to watch is Sicario. But it was already late at night, so we fell asleep, both of us on the couch, like 20 minutes in. So now we can go back and watch it. This would have been like 14, 15?
2015, according to...
It's whatever. It's late. It's got to be our latest one. It's got to be our
this is... and then they did a second one, which
isn't
as good.
This is weird. I actually said this to my girlfriend, like, what movies are there? And she was like, I've never heard of it. Never heard of it. And I was like, oh. So... I think I said it like yesterday, so it's weird it came up. I was like,
go figure.
So like she's never seen it.
On a book.
That's it.
So a good friend of mine actually recommended this to me last year because I had never seen it and I'd always heard good things. And he's another my buddy is also a big fan of Benicio del Toro, so we were kind of just shooting the crap, talking about some of his movies. And he's like, dude, you ever seen Sicario? And I'm like, I've heard of it, never watched it. So about a year ago this time, I watched it for the first time and immediately was like, dude,
who's the female
I texted
lead?
I'm like, this is a great movie. Emily Blunt.
That's Emily Blunt. Yes.
Yep, great cast. It's good.
Okay, chat. I'm just gonna say, did you hear one thing? Not just a thing. Jay's excitement.
I love this movie. I really love this movie.
I love it.
Just the fact that it was so relevant to just me and my wife trying to watch it 2 weekends ago kind of caught me off guard too. It's like I'm always preaching to people like, watch this movie. It's so good. I love it.
Also, the will we said it's Jay's turn. Jay did the countdown. Jay got his movie. There you go.
There we go.
And that's it.
The wheel.
Now we know how it works.
The wheel knows all.
It really does.
I do like this. This is a good one. So like, it's
the ending, man. Oh, I don't want to spoil it, but the ending gets me every time. Have you seen this one, Sandy?
I have.
Okay.
So shush.
It's so good. I'm excited for this.
It's not a book.
It's going to be quite good. It's going to be like quite good. To see my girlfriend's reaction. If that's because she was like, "Well, never heard of it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So
by just the title alone, you would have no idea unless you know what the word means.
It's
actually a word in Spanish.
But
without knowing what the word is, you would have no idea what this movie's about just by the title.
So did I tell you before we did No Country for Old Men that I really was not a Josh Brolin fan? Like I couldn't stand him.
Oh, really? I didn't know
that. And then after No Country, even though I felt like there were probably like of all the performances in No Country, I thought his was probably a little flat, but I actually appreciated him more. So now I'm looking forward to watching this film again, maybe to give him another chance because I don't know what it is about him. I can't. There's something he's probably done in the past that was really bad, and now I'll have to figure out what that is. But this will give me an opportunity to give him another chance. So
he's good in this. It's very, very different than the kind of. I would agree. His character Llewellyn in No Country for Old Men is a little bit flat. I think it's kind of the way that the character's designed with being, who he is and all that. But this one is a very different character, obviously, totally different movie, but the way he plays it just has a little bit more kind of life to the acting that he puts into it. I always felt, at least. I like him in this one. Oh, there we go.
No.
Hey,
according to Twitter,
proof is in the pudding.
I'm going there.
According to Twitter, The Godfather is a Christmas film. But and this is where, like, okay, we're going to talk for hours about The Godfather here, but the filming of these different places, this scene, and maybe it's why I automatically think Christmas film, because this is one of the scenes I absolutely love, with the two of them walking from Radio City Music Hall, watching the Bells of St. Mary's, right, walking down, what is that, Fifth Avenue or Madison Avenue? I think it's Madison Avenue. In front of the big department store. Best and Company does not exist anymore, but it used to be a big department store here in my area too. And they're carrying the presents, and that's just like, ooh, that's Christmas. Ooh, it's The Godfather. So I think others will think that too. So it'll keep us in the good holiday spirit.
We'll find out next time. It's like that. Oh my god! This, what has been our longest? I don't think Star Wars was our longest. What's been our longest?
I think we hit 4 hours on one. I just can't remember which one it was.
I can't remember. I think this is gonna top it, because one is a long movie, but there is so many iconic scenes. There are literally, I'm not monoble, like the first 20 minutes. That's an hour. I could talk about that for an hour.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is going to be a thing. So we might start earlier. We might start. I don't know. We're going to
schedules, everyone.
Okay, what I'm saying, people, is clear your schedule. Clear your schedule. Do your homework. Clear your schedule. So and unfortunately, Sandy is reading the book, so she has episode 1 and 2. Let's say that it's like part 1 and 2.
It is, and it's a fantastic. It's a one. It's good when it's a good book. It is good when it's a good book. So our longest film club was Cool Hand Luke by far.
Oh, really?
So
okay.
We had so all the ones over 4 hours were Trouble with the Curve, 4 hours and 1 minute.
Okay. Wow.
Star Wars, 4 hours and 7 minutes. Casino, 4 hours and 1 minute.
Okay, that makes sense.
No Country for Old Men, 4 hours and 6 minutes. Are you ready for this? Cool Hand Luke, 4 hours and 43 minutes.
Whoa.
Okay, that went there.
For real.
Wow.
But you know why? It was such a complex, interesting story with so many characters to talk about, not just Luke. The book, I probably went on and on and on about how good the book was, and how, what was missing from the story, and all the twists and turns, and the fact, again, that it was inspired by a true story, not a true story, but inspired by, again, interesting real life characters. Yeah, I think we had a lot more to talk about because of more characters, because of even like talking about the scenery and the settings. We did a lot of talk about the settings, and 4 hours and 43 minutes. Even like Battle Royale, we didn't even get to 4 hours. Okay, I say we didn't, like it's something short, 3 hours and 49 minutes. It's still most of it, like The Great Escape, 3 hours and 51 minutes. So a lot of them, we were really getting close to 4 hours, and then a few we were over.
Maybe we should put bets on how. My God, are we going to break the 5 hour?
I could see it. There's
a lot to this.
440. Was it 446? Whatever, 440 something for Cool Hand.
Was there like in the original? Was there an intermission?
Was
there an intermission in the original movie? I think there was.
There might have been.
I think
there may have been. Now, wow! I just went back to some of our other adventures.
Yeah.
I thought you and I talked about Napoleon for over 3 hours, but maybe the movie just felt like it was 3 hours. Well, that was only 2 hours and 16 minutes that you and I talked about Napoleon. But I think that was kind of the birth of this, wasn't it? Like, really, when you and I talked about, because we had done a few. You had invited me to like 2 of your recommendations, which were like 40 minutes, 45 minutes. And then when I think I thought we were going to talk for about 45 minutes on Napoleon, and we went 2 hours and 41 minutes. And I was like, I think that's where this came from. I think
that's
we needed to
without
talk
us
more.
really ranting and really going at the historical.
And that was without Jay. Jay would have maybe had a completely different approach and thought it was a fantastic performance by Joaquin Phoenix.
I wanted to watch it because I was like, Joaquin Phoenix. It was Ridley Scott that did that one, right?
Yeah.
I'm like him and Phoenix back together, first time since Gladiator. I wanted to watch it. I thought it was going to be great. I remember in the group chat with my buddies being like, "Oh, dude, this is going to be awesome." And then it came out, and everybody just was like, "It got released like a wet fart." It just did not. So I never kind of dedicated the time to go and watch it.
I'm glad you
ever will. I mean, I always like to try to at least watch things for myself to make up, my own opinion, because I try not to do too much of the, everybody hated it, so I didn't watch it thing. But at the end of the day, there's only so much time too. You know what I mean? So it's like if I've lost interest that much, I just can't bring myself to watch it. So I'm not gonna go saying, "Oh, it's bad," because I heard it was bad, but I'm just not interested in watching it.
I don't even see the point, even if it was on TV and I came on, I would watch it again.
Yeah, like I've just kind of lost all interest.
It's so like there's.
I wouldn't even watch it to laugh at it. Nope.
No, because it's like you think about the battles. The battles could be the battles. They could be great. You can do that. It's just everything in between is a bunch of shit. And I mean, bunch of shit of it's not just bad movie making, it's bad historical making. It's just everything is terrible. All the acting's bad. Just everything is just
so
like
much potential for a good movie there too.
It could have been, just
great
like
real life story, of course.
Great actor. I think Joaquin Phoenix a phenomenal actor.
He was phoning it in.
I don't like him. I do.
See, I like him, so like I could have seen that being good. Just I don't know. Is he Napoleon? I don't know if that was a great, the best casting, but I could see him take on any role because I do think he's a phenomenal actor. But
I really hated that
there.
Yeah.
Because you like him, you would have really hated it because he was so lazy in this film.
That's
just phoning it in.
But the thing is, I always think about, like we said about Napoleon. Sorry, guys, we're going to go to Napoleon rant now. Is like Napoleon. If you're going to do Napoleon and you're going to do it, you got to do it one or two ways. And it's only one or two ways. Is you got to do it pro-British, pro-French. That is it. This is fucked up either way because they start doing pro-French and then they go pro-British, but they don't do it either way. So it
but you know how they're pro-British, Jay? The British do good breakfast. That line, I wanted to scream. So Napoleon's being held captive on Wellington ship. Yeah, right. Sure. Hay and Wellington are talking. Sure. And
with a African American midshipman.
Yes, that would have happened as well. And he's like, essentially the key to, you know why you beat us? You have good breakfast. Just makes no sense.
That's an interesting line.
Then his own daughter and stepdaughter has to school him on battle history. So that was it. It was like, no, sorry.
Yeah.
But I think
I'll continue to pass on it. I don't think there's a lot of good movies out there to watch. I think I'll just watch some of those.
No, I'm not.
You know what? Or go back and
like the Napoleon movie, Napoleon, like the 70s one, isn't that good? But it tells you more about what happened because they didn't have the like that. Waterloo,
stick to Waterloo. Right.
I'd almost just prefer like a good documentary on all of it, to be honest with you, right? But yeah.
Or listen to our review on Film Club. It's on Stacy's channel because
the prequel to Film Club.
The prequel to Film Club. It's much more interesting than I think. There's one point I know. I went back and listened to it because, by the way, you may or may not know. I don't know if I ever mentioned it, but I absolutely had terror over hearing my own voice. I'm one of those people who I don't like to hear my own voice. It actually used to give me the chills, but now doing these things with you all, it actually is helping me and my issue with that. So this is good therapy for me. But going back and listening, I went back and listened to that one because I was wondering, were we really as kind of giddy, goofy, angry? Oh my God, we go on, and it's kind of funny because like we're finishing each other's sentences, and then there's this moment where we both just sigh, like, and I can imagine us both putting our heads in our hands and going, "Oh, why did they do that?" As we're
It's
going
quite
through
funny
the
because
film.
I actually remember saying, I was like, girl for me, I was like, really? I think I was like you. Well, I think we both said watching an opening date. We do a review.
Yes,
It's gonna
opening
be our
day.
first one. We're gonna do this. And I remember going to my girlfriend, we're gonna go. She was like, yeah, I've got the tickets. Got no, I was great. And I was like, and then I remember coming out and I was like, Sandy's gonna hate this, I think. She was like, really? I went, and I've got to do a video. I went, and Jade just looked at me and went, what if she doesn't and she likes the movie? And this is the first time it's gonna pan like that. And then I was like, I can't see a historian, like any film buff, liking this movie.
There's something wrong
and
with
I was
her.
like,
Yeah.
I was like, what is going on? And then literally it was the we don't know, but like, how's this gonna go? And then we were like, first 30 seconds. No, we fucking shit. I went on and go for it. But it was like because we both I probably knew more about the history than Sandy.
You did, yes.
But the movie is.
But I read the book.
Terrible, and it was just like, oh no, and it was that, and then, but then to the point, Sandy. Jade always says she loves listening to your voice. It soothes her. I don't know why she said. But Sandy's got one of them voices that soothes. It's soothing.
Oh, that's nice to hear.
It's very pleasant.
Grating to myself, but see
but then she also said Jay puts too many.
I was gonna say, yeah. Then you have to listen to my voice in contrast to it. So.
I love Jay's. I love both of your voices.
She was actually quite funny. She was like, I was like, go on, and she actually was like, I don't know how to do Jay's accent, and it turned, and then I started trying to do your accent, and it turned to this really weird. Like, no, it just turned into this, like, I tried to do an A's and it just turned into this, like, really west, like, Texan West Midland accent. I was like, what am I doing? I was like, oh my God.
Just turn your R's into as if you were at the dentist and they were like, open your mouth and say, and that's it.
I like that. Okay. I like that.
Okay. I'm a West Londoner. Jay, do it.
West London? Oh, God. I couldn't even begin to try.
You can hear me right now.
I couldn't even begin to try. I'm terrible at trying to mimic accents.
I'm gonna try it.
Well, no, but when I came home from London, everyone said I had my British accent for a few days because it just does start to. Maybe I articulate a little bit. I tend to think I pick up like the Cambridge, the Oxbridge. I hate to say the snooty duty, posh accent, but Jay, I love you. I love both of your. I love accents. I think that's kind of cool.
Oh my God, my because I was more my family North Londoners, and my uncle died many years ago. He had the proper. You ever watched the movie The Craze with what's his what's his name? Who played Venom? Sorry,
Tom Hardy.
Tom Hardy. He did the Craze.
No,
Craig.
You mean the Craig twin, like the Craig twins?
Craig twins.
Oh, yes, I know of it. I thought it was. I thought you were saying craze, as in like craze, CRAZE.
A craze. Sorry, that's my accent.
The craze. Yeah. Now I got you. I know of the film, but I didn't watch it.
They're supposed to be East Londoners. They're not really East London because it's probably you have to put subtitles on like East Londoners like that. But he literally accent is like that time. He was times 2. And everybody, like when my girlfriend says, when you get drunk, like at parties,
that
like,
comes out.
As you go into like that accent and like but like I think I've been with my girlfriend now 16
you better
years?
Get this right.
16 years.
She's not watching right now.
Whatever. Yeah. But her dad has probably only understood my accent for the last 5. Like and I was like, that is hilarious. He's like, I was like, yeah, but he always nods. I went, he just nodded in politeness.
Yeah.
But not to do a Napoleon review here, but one of our chief criticisms on the Joaquin Phoenix situation, Jay, is he doesn't even try to. There's no French whatsoever. There's actually a French newspaper that is referenced, And they translated the French newspaper into English, which made no sense.
Really?
It made no
Oh,
sense.
God, I hate
They're
that.
showing the newspaper. They could have at least shown it. And you know how, okay, there's the ubiquitous British accent that's used for evil people in sci-fi movie, right? And then there's the ubiquitous Russian accent where there's a British person trying to be Russian, which happened in Napoleon as well, right? It was the British Russian accent, which made no sense. But there was zero attempt whatsoever to even weave in. And
he's the wrong.
I don't understand why they do things like that.
No
Was the
effort
case for.
whatsoever.
I don't know if you guys saw the Chernobyl miniseries from HBO a few years back.
Fantastic.
It's really, really good.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Not a single Russian accent in the entire
Nope.
thing. I don't understand
Nope.
why they chose that.
If you, there's some historical things like I could have watched that in French with subtitles. With French actors,
100%.
and had the
Look
British
at Crouching
side
Tiger.
the prison. Yeah, exactly. Like
look at Battle Royale.
I don't get why like you went for a. Now, sorry, the French, because I've been to Napoleon's tomb. Anybody been there? The romanticizing of Napoleon is different to the history of Napoleon. It's completely there are really two different sides. The romanticize is what you're portraying now to the French people, but not to have the actor French or even French Canadian. Like it very, very weird because you're disjointing a premise of who might want to see that movie. And then you got the other side who I kind of go, yeah, I say we won. Blah, blah, blah. Don't care. We won. But they don't glorify the winning side. It's just, and that's it. So the actors aren't playing the roles. And then they go into sorry, Sandy, you have to go. The wife, Josephine, she's the like the instigator of it all, and it's just like, it doesn't work. Yeah, I hate that movie. I hate that movie. I think Sandy agrees with me. We hate that movie.
We hated it together. It was a bonding moment.
Oh my god!
and thus the friendship was born.
But the thing is, like, when you get that so much money, like Jay, you like DC. How much? Like, oh my god, Man of Steel. No, not Man of Steel. What was the one before that?
That was the first of the Snyder.
No. One before it, with not Henry Cavill,
Brandon Routh, Superman Returns.
Yes. How much could you have done different with that much money with that Superman? Because he's not a bad looking Superman. They just messed it up.
Yeah, they just made a bad, boring movie. Honestly, the story was boring. There was no Superman action. Like you see him stop a bullet with his eye and stop a plane. Like he's not being Superman really much. They messed up that entire movie. And like you said, Brandon Routh had the look. He had the everything to be Superman. I even enjoyed because I did force myself to finish watching a lot of the CW Arrowverse. I did like the first couple seasons of Arrow and The Flash. And the rest was kind of just forcing myself to watch it. So when they finally got to seasons later, when they did a Crisis on Infinite Earths, and Brandon Routh reprised his role as that Superman and all that, it was nice to see him back in it because it was almost like giving him another shot. And it was slightly better. At least his portion of it was slightly better than what happened in his movie. But yeah, that movie was unfortunately such a letdown.
Yeah, it just like,
and it could have been done, like you said, with the budget, the actors. I mean, it could have just been done so much better.
So and then
not on the wheel of film. Then
no. Superman Returns.
I think there's only one Superman movie,
and it's the only Superman
movie. Yeah, that's
I believe Superman Returns was supposed to be a continuation of the Christopher Reeve story. I thought as well. I thought that's what they were going for. And it was just a fail.
I don't get how you can get Superman wrong.
I was just going to say that. Well, how can you not? It's such a fantastic.
Yeah.
It's easy. It's actually an easy story.
Yeah.
Good guy.
That's it. Yeah.
Like literally the true like beacon of hope. I mean,
that's the right
truth,
thing.
Justice, American way.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. The American way. This is what people forget. Superman, I'm not American. This is where the American dream is Superman. If you want to promote something about the immigration, the hope of you can better yourself, it used to be America. Superman, you've got it. And how they effed it up so many times, you're like, it's easy.
Well,
it is
to be honest, it was the introduction of evil Superman, I think, that really started to mess up Superman storytelling. People focused way too much on trying to tell the edgy, what if Superman landed here instead? Or what if Superman, wasn't a good guy? And it's like, okay, that was a cool concept, once or twice. I'm sick to death of it.
I don't he landed in Russia.
Well, yeah, well, there was the, and I don't mind the Red Sun Superman story. I think it's an interesting one, to a degree. I think it's interesting. But even more so, like James Gunn, for example, perfect person to bring it up. He did that movie, I think it was called Brightburn, which was like the idea of what if Superman landed, like a Superman type alien landed and was evil, which was like, okay, tired of it. We've seen it. You've seen Homelander in The Boys, which is like another idea of an evil Superman. You've seen the Injustice storyline where Superman from a different Earth is evil and all that. It's like, all right, we get it. Or not evil so much as, I mean, he ends up kind of doing things that are bad, but the story they tell is Joker, ends the life of Lois and his unborn child, and it turns him to be more vicious and brutal with his carrying of justice, which turns him into a dictator. It's like, all right, we've seen it. We've seen bad Superman enough times. It's no longer edgy. It's no longer interesting. What's more interesting is the tried and true classic Superman, which is truth, justice, American way, a beacon of hope for humanity. If you want to wrestle with the idea, which I think is what Zack Snyder wanted to do, to some point, which was kind of wrestle with the idea of, well, what if this guy, and I think this is what, he wanted to do in Batman vs. Superman with at least Batman's perspective of him, which is play with the idea of, well, what if this guy ever decides to turn? What does that mean for humanity? It's interesting. But the turn itself, Superman taking that turn is so boring to me, and I'm so tired of it. I'd rather you just do Superman, like the original Christopher Reeve Superman. Just do that.
The thing is, like, you've got Batman. Batman, I don't think Batman. I know they mixed it in. Like, I understand why they did. They like a crossover. Batman and Superman are two different universes to me. Batman has always been that. If you had to go in, like, if I had to go and think, Tim Burton, dark, gothic,
it's a grittier character.
Yeah, but but look what you got. You've got gangsters, you've got the underworld things. Superman, he can protect the world, and I think this is where, like, I don't know if it's like a new narrative. I don't know, but like. I'm going to go for, like, oh my god, let's go. It's going to sound really nerdy. Sorry, like, and that you probably hate it. Like, Michael Jordan.
Space Jam?
Yeah, no, not Space Jam, but like Michael Jordan.
We love Space Jam.
I do love Space Jam.
On the wheel.
Look at basketball before Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan. Look how like America promoted that. Everybody loved basketball. Like that. If you go by Disney back in the day, how we promoted that dream, that excitement, like that's the America, like Hollywood. You want it. If I go to Hollywood, I've got a chance. I can become rich. If I go to Texas, I can get an oil rig and I can become rich. There's that like you say, that continent. Everywhere in the world looked at it and went, "Holy shit! If you're a nobody." You've got a fucking chance.
Yep. Land of dreams.
No class.
And you've got
no
that.
Class
and now,
system.
and now, look at what happens. Sorry guys, I'm going to say it, and I like to say the wokeism has just brought it into, like, they need that labeling. No, there should be that dream there in America, and I think with like DC need to give that back to what it was. Is that because DC is America. They've got that American platform. Is they need to bring back that American dream, the American dream of what is there. Because sod everybody else, because we've got our own problems. Britain's got their own problems, like Russia, Hungary, Italy, India, Australia, New Zealand, like wherever, Singapore, wherever you're gonna go, where you're gonna Argentina. We've got our own problem. But this used to be, you know what? If I immigrate to America, I've got a fucking chance.
Right.
Now it's like, if I get to America, I have to deal with the BS that the rest of the world has. And this used to be a thing. It's like, I know, like comic books, I'm like, this is not real. I know that, but at least that gave you that hope. And then when you had Hollywood giving you that hope on the screen, the Superman the movie, boom, this is a guy standing up not just for the country that he lives in, for the world. Oh, he happens to be an American and he's living the American dream. Look what he did. He's a farm boy who became the author in what's it called? What's the planetary? No, oh my god, what's the planet? What's the newspaper called?
Oh, the Daily Planet.
Yeah, Daily Planet. Yeah, like, oh, farm boy, Daily Planet. What? That is the American dream. So it's literally, this is what
it's a superhero Hollywood, embodiment of that.
Yeah, but that's what I think. Like, even Hollywood have forgotten. Like, even with Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump is kind of a weird American dream. It's like a simple dream.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, it kind of tells the story of it, right? You can come from any, I mean, and that, like you said, that's the beauty of this country. You can be born here and be born into nothing and make something amazing of yourself, or you can come from another country, and have not very much and come making something amazing of yourself. So
Daily's Dysfunction, thank you very much. Gifted.
Oh, Daily, how you doing?
Hey, Daily. Yeah. Hello,
can we ask also, you gifted your membership to?
Perfect.
It happened to me too.
Daily Dysfunction.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, I think you did. She just says there too. I did it in Jay and Tommy's too. I do remember that, Daily. She gifted one to herself and mine as well.
That is quite a good concept. But yeah, there are so many things like the X-Men, exactly the same. I know it's like the unembodiment of US, but they've still got that you can be whoever you are and survive and be whoever you want to be. And I think this is what like whoever the IP owners are of either it's like Marvel, DC, Marvel, DC, and Disney, the things they forget. It's the American, like, you know what? I want to learn about an American dream. I want to know, like, I'm about to say, what's it, Californication? And like that, like a California man, like that. Just, well, if you make it, you can get there. Right. And I think a lot of people forget that. Like Godfather, look at Godfather. Immigrants to America.
Absolutely.
We're going to go there. Like, immigrants to America. Ruthless, but they got, their standard into America is they got their way to be the American dream and be most powerful in the way they can. It's the American way. You can do it. Oh, how about okay. Dysfunction. Just did it again. Thank you very much. And it was Nico.
There we go.
There we go.
I think we started to see
so much for the memberships. Thank you.
I think we started to see a trend, and you even saw this trend kind of in the world of food. And Stasis, I know you're a bit of a foodie, so you might know this or remember this. Remember when like deconstructing things in food became popular, like deconstructed salad, deconstructed this? I feel like that whenever things have always kind of been good for a while, we get these trends of let's deconstruct things to see, like, to mess around with that idea and what stories are there. We saw it in the world of food. We see it in the world of movies. Let's deconstruct these heroes and see what stories we can tell messing around with that. And I think in theory, it sounds more interesting than it's been, executed in terms of making the films and making comic books and making stories where, like, yeah, it's an interesting idea to think, what if, like we've been using Superman, for example. It is an interesting idea to think of, what if he landed somewhere else? What if he landed somewhere where he doesn't get the same values from the Kents, or he, whatever it may be. Let's deconstruct the superhero as he is and see what we can pull out of it and do it in a different way. It's interesting. Is it interesting enough to tell 100 stories about? Not really. What's more interesting is the decades of stories that were told when he was constructed the way that he, initially was. And of course, changes a little bit over time, and all these characters do. Don't get me wrong. Nothing, you don't want to hear the same exact story for decades either. But keeping the essential core of it, I think, is what worked for so long. And you're seeing this kind of flip take on it and not really have a lot of legs.
Now, I'm not a Superman fan, and I should be. I do love Superman. No, probably going to be a bit personal here because I'm adopted.
Mm-hmm.
So I should be a Superman fan. I should be.
You could see
I should be a
there.
Superman because, like, at the end of the day, a Superman is an adopted kid.
Mm-hmm.
If you actually go by the premise,
and he's an immigrant as well, right? So perfect story for America.
So, and well, So like most adopted children are like Sandy. Sorry, like in the UK are from like Catholic backgrounds, and they got brought up like they got disowned from either.
That's how they are here too, as well.
Yeah, exactly. They got ousted because blah blah blah. It's different now because it's more accepted. But like I do like the I love the concept, not the Superman. I love the beginning bar. It relates to me. Is these two people found a child who they ended up loving, not reasons why, just because they needed this child, needed to be supported, and they were right at the time to give them love, the love they needed to give. And his upbringing as Kal-El, whatever, like Clark Kent, that is Superman. It's not his powers, that's his parents.
Yep.
That
Absolutely.
is who he brought up. Because no, your planet's over there. Like, I don't think who I am now is because of my parents like that. Like,
your genetics,
to be honest,
biological parents.
Now I have very, very, my girlfriend says it, I have traits, and she says like, oh my god, when she met my birth mother, I have so similarity. She was like, it's weird because I never met her, and blah blah blah. And she went, that is just genetics. That is just genetics. But there are ethics. If that makes sense. Is like that's I love that about Superman. Like, you can I stop at the point of him becoming the teenager Clark Kent. Yeah, because that's when he gets like, when he gets like out of middle school, high school, I'm guessing what you call it. I love the beginning bit when he's just innocent. He's innocent. He doesn't know about his past. He's finding out. All he understands is the love of these two earthlings who are going to bring him up, and like the parents in that is the things. And I like that because that, like, who are they? Do you know what they are? They're farmers, middle American farmers. Like that's it. They're like literally that. They could be just anybody,
people with good values.
Anybody. Yeah, exactly. Good values. How we are going to not like bring up a child. They don't know that because they've been tried. They found, what? They're just good people. They have, they. But if you go by today, you go by today's society. We got all the shit, wokeness, left, right. You're liberal, you're too far right, too left things. You know what? I don't care. You know what? Because sometimes they're just good people out there, and this is what the Superman story. Good people bring up good people, and Superman becomes in the embodiment of humanity because he's being brought up by good people. Yeah, okay, it's in America. Like I always take the piss out of my girlfriend. Like, it's only the United States of America that find UFOs. like circling them out, but like the whole point of it, he gets the concept of freedom, the free speech, like that, and he embodies it. And that's what I love about Superman. I don't like Superman as a comic. I hate it as a comic. But I understand the concept.
The concept, right?
Yeah.
And that's one thing for all the faults of the Snyderverse, it's one thing I thought Man of Steel did pretty well was kind of, I know everybody talks about the tornado scene with Jonathan Kent and all that, and I get that that's not the best way to have done that portion of the story. But in general, there's some really good scenes of like, there's one specifically where after he, the bus goes in the water, the school bus, and he saves all the, his classmates. And all that. And right at the beginning, and Jonathan has this difficult conversation with him where he's like, you do have to hide your powers. The world's not ready for you. That whole concept. And then, Clark responds like, what was I supposed to do? Just let everybody drown? Like, I couldn't do that either. And, they have this nice conversation where at the end of it, because even Jonathan's struggling with the idea of how to handle this kid and what he's able to do. But he knows this concept of, for better or worse, when you're old enough, whatever you decide to be is going to change the world. Which way that changes is totally up to you. Mm. And that's a concept that I love with Superman when they do it the way that it's always been done, is that, to me, in my interpretation, anybody's interpretation of Superman can be different, of course. But for me, what I've always felt like, or the way that I view Superman, is that his greatest power, of all the abilities he has, his greatest power is actually his ability to stay restrained, to know right from wrong, to always make the right decision. Because how easy would it be for him if he's in a time of immense grieving or aggravation, or just flat out pissed off about something? How easy would it be for him to change the fate of whatever that situation is, and then, subsequently the fate of the world, by making the wrong decision? So that restraint to make the tough decisions, and the tough decisions being the right decisions, because we all know how easy it is to make the wrong ones, but it's always more difficult, or usually more difficult, to make the right decisions and do the right thing. That to me has always been the beauty of Superman, and the true power in his character. A man who can do whatever he wants, chooses to do the right thing over and over again, and to be that beacon of hope for people. So for me, that's why I love Superman. So to see, and I thought that was something that movies have gotten right. Even if the movies haven't been great themselves, comic books, stories, whatever it is, animated series, all that stuff. I think that's the stuff that, when it's done that way, it really works and it really resonates with people, and why he's such a good character. And then when you do these stories of him, going the other way and making, the other decisions, it's just so boring to me, and it ruins the character. It's not something it was interesting once to say, oh yeah, I guess it would be that way if he decided to go that route. After that once, for me, it was tired and just something I'm not interested in.
I think a lot of people got, with the Henry Cavill ones, it's like he even said it, like he would not let anybody die. Like, if you had a battle, you're not doing it,
especially with the dad scene there.
Like when it's not like when he's doing the
or in the fight in the city with Zod too. It's like, so much destruction. It's like it wouldn't. And again, I'm
going away. Like, you might have that. Like,
we're gonna have this fight in a deserted area, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna take you out of space. I'm gonna take
you somewhere where we're not gonna harm people. And I
think it's like Superman will die to save them 10 people. Like that about Superman. Like no, human race have a better quality if they learn from their mistakes, like I have, and they are better than they think they are. And I love that. That is the original Superman movies. We can become something better if we get together, and if we stop labeling. Can you imagine if we stopped labeling and believed in science, and actually then stop making effort to be I'm not being a capitalist negative, but if we actually started believing that we could do it, and I mean that it's going like Elon or whatever, go to Mars, whatever, we can just do it. And optimism. I think that's the thing. Optimism. We just need that. We just need that hope. And I like that.
The hope. Yeah.
And I think that's like in the 19th century, America. The hope. If you've got the famines or whatever country, like Ireland, like with the potato famine, like look at that. What's the land? What land? You got England, as it was, Wales and Scotland, but it was England, as they would say it, is the tyrants. Where are we going to go?
There's your
and we're going to brave that trip.
Right.
Yeah, we're going to brave. Yeah,
when I may die, and a lot of people did, but I got to take a chance. Right. And that hope, that hopefulness with all the resources, and that's where I think I've talked before about the people have twisted the term American exceptionalism so much today to mean something bad. But what it really means is that here we have been blessed with bounty and, vast land that is, produces so much in terms of all the resources we have. And because we were blessed, then we have an obligation to the world to take care of things, whether that's funding NATO or sending whatever. That's American exceptionalism. Yeah, we are different, but that we have an obligation, and it's the whole with great power comes great responsibility.
It's right.
It's realizing the responsibility. People have twisted that term to mean, oh, you think you're better than everyone? No, we think we have a responsibility to help,
to do the right thing.
And I absolutely hate, because I remember learning about that when I was in high school.
I think it's
hate that.
The thing is, the term now, I think, is with the countries that you're referring to, is they can take the piss, and they think they can take the piss out of the countries that they have relied on for so many years. And I'm not a Trumpist. I'm gonna like that. Is like, he's right. Pay your way.
But the amount of money that we pay to other countries right now, and even someone made a really good point about, there are people in our country who, there's a joke about going across the Canadian border because healthcare is free and medicine is cheaper. It's free and cheaper because we subsidize it, because the United States takes the burden for defense costs for Canada and Mexico, the entirety of North America, so that countries like Canada can spend more money on healthcare because they don't have to pay for defense. Canadian, okay, God bless. I love Canadians. I love Canada. But if something's happening here, you have a wonderful mounted police and an army, I'm sure. But you're also very comfortable because of the United States military just on your southern border. That's not a slam. I absolutely love Canadians, but the reason why some countries can tout other benefits that we don't have.
Can I say sorry? Just for because I like Canadians saying sorry. That's okay. Sorry. That's okay. Sorry.
It's a Canadian. I love Canadian. I do. But
the thing is, if you like, I'm gonna go full political. Can you imagine the United States of America as it is, without like the dependent countries, and the Commonwealth of Great Britain as it is, except for the people who aren't the Commonwealth? How great would that network be? They just said F everybody else. Oh, that is powerful. Why haven't they done that?
Yeah, other countries,
because people,
as much as I love them all, and because yes, I am an American, so I'm a mutt. I am of Russian heritage and German and Polish and French and Switzerland and African. I am everything, just like a lot of Americans are. If I missed anyone, I do apologize. I know there's probably, did I say German? German.
I think you did.
That's the big one. German and Russian. I'm mostly German and Russian. And I am Canadian. There's a tiny bit of Canadian there, so I am.
Say sorry.
Sorry, sorry, Canada. It's all right. But yeah.
Hold it. No, you can't say you're a Canadian and support the Washington Capitals. Come on.
Yeah, I can. I can. Tom Wilson. That's all. No, I mean, it's my local team, and it's my local team, but it's also Tom Wilson.
Bruins are shit. Sorry. What
they are, but the Canadians aren't any better. So
it's early. The season is early, right? Isn't it?
Sorry, we're gonna ice hockey out. Canadian. Hold it. Capitals.
And then we could go into a whole conversation about how
I heard scum. Sorry, that's got me. My girlfriend supports the Bruins, so I can't.
We could go into a whole conversation as
we
to
might
how
not have won a Stanley Cup in a long time, but it's been even longer for the Canadians.
Oh, God.
Yeah. I think the Caps have the most recent Stanley Cup, right?
That's Bruins.
4 years ago.
Pretty sure, right? Yeah.
No, the Bruins do, must they? The Bruins.
No, Bruins. Our last one was in 2011.
We had 2019.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really recent.
We made it in 2018, but we lost against the Blues.
Yeah,
I got to touch the Stanley Cup. The Stanley Cup. My daughter had to have 7 teeth pulled because her baby teeth just would not come out. And we went to the dentist to have it done. It was easy, she won't think so. But she was still high on all the Novocaine and drugs as we were driving out. And I saw a convertible go by with the Stanley Cup in it. So here's my daughter with wadding and all this in her mouth, kind of half in, and I'm chasing that Stanley Cup to see where they were going. And it was because it was right after the Caps won, and they pulled into a Chick-fil-A, a local fast food joint. And so I got her out of the car. She doesn't even know where she is. And we both touched, I put her hand on it. She put, she's like, "Ma, I don't even remember this," but I did. I videoed it. So I did touch the Stanley Cup. So
no, I remember, I can't remember. I think I did on Twitter, or my girlfriend did. It's when Bruins actually beat Canadians like 10-8. But the best thing is the goalkeepers, like the keepers, had a fight. That is the best thing in that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the best.
The benches went mad.
Extra equipment has to go flying.
You do not care about the score. It's just like, this is the best thing ever. Like, there is like 20 people having a fight, and that's it. But like, I was mentioning it, and then like everybody who was like Montreal was like, and like Boston was like going, "How can you date this person?" And we had to explain to each other that we're English, but just because of scenarios, I ended up Montreal, she ended up Boston, and it was funny how Twitter, like as Twitter was, just went mad, and I was like, "Oh, but this is the greatest!" But this is my personal account, of course. It was just like, this was like hilarious, because they then were like attacking us, but then realized we're just going to attack each other. So you had to, and I was like, this is brilliant, because it was the best game I've ever seen. But now me and my girlfriend have got a scenario, is like, do we watch Montreal versus Boston, or Boston versus Montreal? Where do we go? And I was like, that's the thing. So now we've got an internal argument, is like, I really want to go to
you gotta go to Boston so we can all get together.
Oh yeah, true.
I know, but she's been to Boston, but she's never seen Boston, Montreal. So you saw Boston.
I'll tell you, I'll go to a Bruins game with you.
With us.
I'll go to a Bruins game with you, but you cannot wear a Montreal Canadiens jersey, because I am not fighting that fight for you, and I can promise you, people will be all over you.
We'll just be like,
you won't even be able to go to the bathroom in peace.
I'll do it. I would take that hit. I would take the hit.
That well, Jay, I am a Celtics fan. So we need to meet at a Celtics. Oh, I've always been. I've always been a Celtics fan.
That's my number one team here.
Because of, unfortunately, because of Len Bias. Len Bias.
Oh, right. I remember talking about that.
I started watching when, unfortunately, Len Bias was a Celtic for about 3 hours before he passed away.
Sad story.
But because we don't have
explain sad story. Why?
We don't. So the Baltimore NBA team was the Baltimore Bullets.
You said some guy. So
but wait, I'm getting
it.
The Bullets got stolen by Washington. And they became the Washington Bullets, and we decided not to continue to cheer for. So I was looking for a team. So there was a really awesome college player named Len Bias who played for the University of Maryland before I was there.
Yeah.
And 1986.
Yeah, I was going to say
85, 86,
80s, something like that.
He was the first round draft pick in the NBA draft, and trust me, that is a big, huge thing, especially for Maryland, which was an ACC team, which is a good team, but still to be the first number one.
Yeah, the very first.
Very first pick. And so he was selected.
And this would have been like right in the middle of the Larry Bird era for the Celtics.
Yes, Larry Bird, Robert Parrish, Kevin McHale, Dennis Johnson. Who am I forgetting? Robert
Danny Ainge.
This is coming up to like the prime of
they
NBA,
were the prime. They were it.
Yeah, this was when Showtime Lakers were going against the Celtics. This really was the era that set up the Jordan era.
It did. And Jordan, I might be wrong. So Jordan probably never played against Len Bias.
Dennis
Jordan
Johnson was on those teams too. Sorry, now I'm just going through Celtics.
Yes,
Dennis Johnson, rest in peace. He was a great player.
Jordan might have been just after Len Bias, because then I was 4 years after that at Maryland. So when I went to Maryland, Maryland was prohibited to play basketball. So we went from being an amazing team.
Why?
Because within hours of Len Bias being drafted, his friends threw him a party, and someone handed him cocaine, and he died immediately.
Yeah, it's a terrible story.
He had a cardiac arrest.
He got
and died.
First round pick.
Yep, went out to celebrate.
First round pick. Picture in the newspaper with his hat on and his jersey. Came back home, had a party, and died. was technically murdered because it was also determined that the person who gave him the
it was I was gonna say coke.
It was a very bad situation.
Mix. It was a mix. It was a mix or something.
And I mean, I just remember waking up that morning and being a kid, but being into basketball, and I knew I wanted to go to Maryland, and so I was getting into.
So he's big. I mean, I'm like, this is where I'm guessing the rest of the world differs. This is a college kid.
Yeah.
That's new. No, I mean, like
everyone knew him. He was the best college player there was.
Oh yeah. College sports are massive in America, and especially at the big schools.
Football, sorry, as you call it, soccer. Oh my god, my girlfriend was like, "Do you think they call it soccer because we wear socks?"
No.
We wear socks in every sport.
And I was like, where is this? But no, but like, you don't get like, I wasn't. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I was a good soccer player. I wasn't out there. Nobody knows me.
Well, so for college in this country, it's a bit different because, and this is why I'm actually happy to see college athletes be able to make some money off endorsements and things now because of some new rules that have gone through in the past few years. Colleges really promoted their athletics, and colleges,
and it's a better game. I think it was a better game.
Yeah, a lot of people, right? A lot of people like even football, for example, American football. People like the college game better than the pros. But just in general, these colleges, made a lot of money off their brand. UNC, especially, with Michael Jordan, UNC, a lot of these things, like a lot of these schools became big brands in and of themselves. Look at Alabama, college football, for example. It's one of the biggest programs in the country. Obviously, Nick Saban's not there. They had a bit of a rough year, but, people know the term roll tide. I mean, even if you don't know exactly what it is, people typically have heard it before at some point because it's a big school.
Alabama. I've heard of Alabama, of course. But why college?
Just again, I'm not sure. I'm not exactly
not the
sure.
State. Could you get the state as a professional? But why the college? More?
I don't really know why colleges, like to say for sure why college sports got so big. To be honest with you,
so who's their rival?
I'm gonna tell you why. So I think it's a faster paced game, especially basketball. Even though they are highly sponsored and there's a lot of endorsements and all that stuff,
right? There's a lot of money in it.
It's not a slow game. It's not. I don't feel like.
But then why is not Alabama got Alabama?
Because Alabama in some of those locations, right? So Alabama, Mississippi. There's nothing else.
Right. There's no pro teams. So they kind of revert to
why is there not a pro?
That's just not big enough.
No big city.
Right. No big enough population, no big enough city. Like,
really?
Yeah.
There's
like
if you
look at
what is it?
New York tends to have the most teams. Like New York will have 2 teams for almost every sport. California's got a lot of that. LA will have a couple teams, or just the state itself. You got the Sacramento Kings,
Ohio's
Golden State Warrior. Yep, Ohio.
Okay.
So some states on population tend to have more teams. It comes down to just basically the population, the size. Like,
okay, so you got, I don't know what. I'm trying to think. Sorry, guys, we're gonna go full on debunk there off Funkler because I'm interested. Okay, name a team. Oh yeah. Okay, here we go. LA Bulls. Is it LA? No, Los Angeles.
Lakers
Dodgers?
for basketball.
No. The American football one.
The Rams.
Rams used to be
in St. Louis.
St. Louis.
Well, so this is where it gets tricky. So the Rams were actually in St. Louis.
Okay. So there we go. St. Louis and California are how far away?
Oh, incredibly.
1,800 miles.
Yeah, I was going to say at least
it's ridiculous. Okay, so I'm a St. Louis Rams fan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my dad's giving me the jersey, blah blah blah, and then what happens is
they move. You pretty much you either keep supporting them as an LA Ram or you're shit out of luck.
Well, it's like my Ravens. My Colts went to Indianapolis. We decided not to root. We decided not to cheer for the Colts because of the owner, Robert Irsay. And then we had to wait a few years to get the Ravens, who used to be the Cleveland Browns. So technically, I'm rooting for a Cleveland team.
Right.
Okay, but St. Louis Bulls. Sorry, Rams. Sorry, Rams. Bulls. Sorry, Rams. Sorry,
Chicago
Rams.
Bulls.
How big is their stadium?
In St. Louis, it was no, typically around like probably 50 to 60. Depends.
Yeah,
Some are a
they're
little
not
bit
as big, but
smaller.
college stadiums are bigger though.
Okay, so you're on about 56. Let's say 56. Let's say low ball 50,000. Yeah. So you're on about the higher tier of the English Premiership. Soccer, yeah. You're on the higher tier. You're on the the top 4 teams, and then they had to move, and then the Los Angeles one is how much?
They have a newer stadium, Soul Life Stadium. It's probably around this. You don't see too many surpass like the 60 range. Okay. So it's probably around. I could be wrong, but it's probably around the same general size.
The only reason I could conceive in mental head business wide is if this is where Major League gets into it, the film. Sandy was in Major League 2, everyone.
Major League 2.
Two. Okay, if the St. Louis Rams weren't pulling in 10,000, but I'm guessing they were still
so the reason so the reason they moved was like the St. Louis Rams. We talked about this actually when we watched Castaway, because we're talking about the Tennessee Titans Super Bowl where the Rams beat them. There was a point in time where they were what was called the greatest show on turf. They were a fantastic team. They won a Super Bowl against those Tennessee Titans, who had, in that movie, we had just saw they moved from Houston to Tennessee, as they were saying. They were the Oilers. They became the Titans, that whole deal. And then it kind of depends. So like when a team like the Rams, for example, after that run in the early 2000s of being the greatest show on turf, they just were mismanaged by ownership, by general managers. They had a bad team for a very long time. They were barely making playoffs. If they did, even, once or twice, they were first round exits. They didn't have a successful team. So then fans start dwindling. And then what happens over time too, which I believe was the case for this one. It's been the case for many before in the past who have moved from all sports, Seattle Sonics, the whole deal. The stadium was getting older. And as the stadium gets older, a lot of the owners will then reach out to the city that they're in for financial help in repairing the stadium and or building a new one. Some owners will kind of try to do it as privately as they can. A lot of owners of franchises who aren't worth as much will try to get help from the state and city that they're in. I think it's more specifically the city, but possibly the state as well. They do it because they figure we're creating all this revenue for you for having this team, blah, blah, blah. You owe us, something to put into it, this stadium, so we can get more people in and all this stuff. It ends up being essentially just this kind of dispute of, are you guys going to pay or not? And when the owners eventually get fed up with the city or state saying no, if they have another option like the Rams did, they'll kind of use it as leverage for a while. Well, we can go to LA. LA's been dying for a football team ever since the Raiders moved to Oakland. So we can go to LA. You guys are going to pay or we'll go to LA. And they kind of played this little standoff game for long enough where eventually the owner said, okay, you're not going to help us, St. Louis, then we're going to go to LA. So they packed up the team and they went to LA.
Yeah, the Colts left Baltimore because it's not because they lost the fan base. The fans were still there. The Baltimore Colts fans were rabid. It was the owner actually in the middle of the night. They were negotiating. Actually, he was negotiating with Phoenix. And the governor of Maryland, William Schaefer, confronted the owner, Robert Irsay, and said on the news, are you moving our team to Phoenix? Now, this is what Willie should have said, are you moving our team? And stopped it there. Because he said, Robert, are you moving our team to Phoenix? And he said, I can tell you unequivocally, I'm not moving the team to Phoenix. The next day, he moved the team to Indianapolis.
Right.
And it was all for money. It was all for the stadium deal. Indianapolis was going to build a stadium, give tax credit, give money, all kinds of stuff that Baltimore couldn't do. But Baltimore had a huge fan base. It had nothing to do with the fans not turning up.
Right.
Sad.
Yeah, but
and Irsay, I believe his son now still owns the team. It's Jim Irsay, I believe, who's still, I don't know that he's very well liked by his fans either, but he's still, the Irsay still own the team there.
Like, let's say I'm sorry, you have to educate me really bad because I don't really know the leagues. But in American football, let's go by because that's the biggest. American football's got 4 leagues.
So two conferences. So it's your NFC and your AFC, and then you have the divisions within them.
How do they break up?
It's not split. So in the NBA, it's different. For example, they do East and West. In the NFL, it's NFC, AFC. So you have like
let's
two
go,
teams in New York, for example. One's
let's
for
go
each.
by. Let's go. Yeah, let's go
We
by.
bring up a chart.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go on. Yeah,
I'm gonna bring up a chart.
Yeah, that'd be most helpful.
Okay, brilliant. But let's go by American football. It's not played by feet people. Anybody who's competent, they kick it once or twice, and mostly by rugby players.
Well, I mean, they do still technically use their feet. They have to run and jump and all that. So
it's not football. Football. Your best kicker is a Scottish. Hasn't he got the most kicks? I can't remember his name. Oh, what is his name? He was an ex-Scottish rugby union player.
Pele. No, sorry. I know it's not Pele. I'm just kidding.
Oh my god! And then Anyway, so you have like, let's say you have Eastern, and Eastern have how many divisions?
Well, so it'll be NFC and AFC are the two big things, and then it'll be AFC East and then NFC East, AFC South and NFC South. So New York, for example, if you look at the Jets and the Giants, the Jets are in the AFC East, but the Giants are in the NFC East. So same city, same state, but different conference.
What? So okay, if you're in New York New York Giants and New York Jets. Yeah.
So they're both on an East, but one is AFC East, one is NFC East. So you've got the Jets in the AFC East, and the Giants are in the NFC East. So the NFC and AFC, it's not set up like NBA, for example, where it's East versus West in terms of coast and conferences. It's more, these are our two conferences, your AFC and your NFC. And within them, you're going to have the AFC East, the NFC East, the AFC North, the NFC North. So, you'll have teams in Florida where you've got the Miami Dolphins are in the AFC East, but the Jacksonville Jaguars actually also in the AFC, but AFC South. Okay. It gets confusing.
How many left or right? We're going to prop off tangent now.
So on the top left, so left to right, you're looking at Minnesota, Chicago, Detroit.
No. Minnesota Vikings.
Yep.
Yeah.
Chicago Bears, Detroit Lions, Green Bay Packers.
Yep.
New York Giants.
Bengals. No. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was doing the whole. Yep. So then you jump. So that's your NFC North is your Minnesota Vikings, your Chicago Bears, your Detroit Lions, your Green Bay Packers. So your AFC North is then the Bengals, the Browns.
Stop. I'm getting really confused. Okay.
We're doing the top row. James, we're doing the top row.
We're going just top row, left to right, straight across. Top row. Right. So that's all.
Okay. So the Vikings, so the Packers, are they in the same league?
So those are the same division and same conference.
And then.
Hang on. So going across.
Yeah, 4.
We're going to get a bigger. Yep. So you have 4 teams in each conference. So the NFC split, AFC and NFC have 4 conferences each. So there's 8 conferences total in the 2 division. Excuse me.
4 teams.
There's 2 conferences. That's AFC, NFC. Within those 2 conferences are divisions. There's 4 divisions for each conference. So 8 divisions total.
Okay. 2 primary leagues and then 4 separate leagues.
Yeah, I mean, if that's easier, if it's easier to conceptualize it that way, but we call it. I'm
going for the European. I'm going for the European.
Okay,
2 leagues within them leagues. They're 4 little leagues.
Basically, that's a way to put it.
Okay, so sorry, but sorry, Sandy.
So as you're looking at this,
you've
left
got
to
the
right.
North. The North, are they the northern teams?
Yes, exactly.
The most northern teams.
Right. And then 4 of them are from the NFC division north. I mean, the NFC conference north. So those are the ones on the left side, the blue side. And the ones on the right side are from the AFC north.
But they're not the most north. Wait, are you asking
no, because
geographically, no,
I was
looking
at them.
Yeah,
so
the
Patriots would be on north then, and they're not. The
But
Patriots.
we're east because East Coast. So that's where they get that.
So tell me how Dallas belongs in the East.
Yeah, I know how Dallas ended up there. I have no idea.
Okay, can I try it?
It's not geographic.
Okay, so we got Minnesota Vikings. The
Chicago Bears.
Chicago what?
Bears.
Detroit.
Bears.
Detroit Lions.
Lions. Yep.
Green Bay Packers.
Yep. So that's one division there. That's just the NFC North. Okay. That's why it's lined up.
We have
across.
New York. I'm guessing Giants.
Giants.
Yep. Yeah, and then Dallas.
Yep.
Cowboys.
Dallas Cowboys. Redskins. I'm going to go on Redskins.
Coming back.
Yeah, I think they're changing back.
I can't really see this one. Is that
that's
Jets?
the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, Eagles.
So that's your NFC East. So those two rows are both NFC conference, but two different divisions. Your North and then your East.
Okay, so if like in ice hockey, only one of those can win the conference.
Yes, only one will come out of the NFC. Same as like how we have Atlantic Division and all that in hockey. Well, yeah, then there's wild card and all that. But yeah, but essentially only at the end of it all, when you get to the Super Bowl, you're going to have one team from the NFC and one team from the AFC, regardless of conferences, divisions, all that. You're going to have one representing each conference, which is just the two, the NFC and the AFC. And then it all breaks into divisions.
Yeah, it's going to be one from each, but there could be more than one from each of the divisions because of the wild card.
Okay.
Right.
So go to the right. So we have the Bengal Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
That's Cincinnati.
The Browns.
Cincinnati.
Yep. Cleveland.
Jackson's team.
Yep. The Baltimore Ravens. Mm-hmm.
I loved it. Like Jackson went, I don't like purple. He went, I don't like purple.
We'll go with black.
No. He said, I don't like purple. I love purple.
Oh wow! Even better.
Good man.
Even better.
And then Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
your AFC North.
Then I can't see the next one. I can't really see it.
So the next one is the New York Jets.
Oh, Jets. Yeah.
So again, that's the same state as the New York Giants, but one's NFC,
Buffalo,
one's AFC.
Buffalo, New York.
New
York.
Yep.
Another New York.
Dolphins.
Mm-hmm. And my beloved Patriots.
Oh, what's that? Sorry.
New England.
Yep, that's the New England Patriots.
Oh,
don't ask me. We call them. Yeah, they are.
They are apparently they relied on one player for out the last like 10 years.
Yeah, 20 years of dominance. You had to have a couple bad spells. What are you gonna do? You learn to live with it. 20 years of dominance, 6 titles. Somehow I still sleep at night.
Okay, so then we've got the we've got Tom Cruise's character.
Which one are we looking at?
Cardinals.
Arizona Cardinals.
Arizona Cardinals.
Jerry Maguire.
Who used to be.
Oh my God! Why now?
They weren't always the Arizona Cardinals.
Okay.
Oh, they weren't. I didn't even catch their switch. That's one I wasn't even aware of.
Yeah, where did they come from though? Because Arizona's a relatively new team.
Oh my God, they're blows up.
Yeah,
were they St. Louis?
Forget.
St.
Louis was the
baseball.
Rams because they went to LA. I'd have to look that up. I kind of forgot about that.
Yeah, where did the Arizona Cardinals come from? Okay, I'm gonna look that up. Where? You keep quizzing Stasis.
Yep.
No, I can't get.
It's not a great picture. That's the Seattle Seahawks. It's not a great picture of it.
Oh, nobody cares about anything from Seattle. Sorry, guys. Yanni, I'm really sorry.
No, they are.
Washington State is just. I love how many people in Europe don't realize Washington State is not Washington DC. They literally.
Actually, they were the St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
They
didn't realize that.
They were
the Rams were an
expansion
team
until 1988.
St. Louis has been screwed over then.
Yeah. They became
Okay, I'm very, very the white stripe. I don't know.
That's actually the Rams. It's just one of their older helmets, so it doesn't look like the current one. Now they go with the blue, electric blue.
So that would be St. Louis Rams.
That would be that would be the LA Rams now.
Those are LA.
Okay. So San Francisco 49ers.
Yep.
Kansas City.
The Chiefs.
Royals. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Chiefs.
Just to confuse you.
Oh my God. Raiders. Who were they now? This is where like Raiders. Like I know they're Las Vegas.
They've moved a lot.
Las Vegas. But bloody hell.
They were originally LA, then Oakland, now,
blah, blah,
now
blah.
Las Vegas.
They are a brand that could never happen in Europe. And I mean that. Anybody else said they're a brand that could never ever happen because nobody would support them. That's it. I'm not going to be dissing.
They're not grounded. You mean?
No,
you guys have more grassroots kind of fans when it comes to your club.
Exactly. Like 1886. Sorry. my team, if they moved, nobody's going to support the team they went to.
Right. Fair enough.
That's it. So like it's a bit weird. It's like when's American football? When's it professional?
Is it 1898?
I don't even know, honestly.
Well, Google it. Hang on. It's always a Google.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know the Lightning one.
That is the LA Chargers, who used to be the San Diego Chargers. They just moved to LA recently as well.
Yeah. Okay. And then, sorry, the next one, I have a picture over it.
That is the Panthers. Carolina Panthers.
Yeah. Jacksonville?
No, that's the Jaguars. This is the Carolina Panthers. Yep. So we got another cat team coming up on the other side.
1920 for the NFL. I was way off.
The next one is
yeah, they don't have a really. It's hard to tell. That's the Falcons, Atlanta Falcons. If you look at a better picture of it, you can tell it's like a bird with its wing down and the front talons are out. It just doesn't look that great right now in this picture.
So the next one's New Orleans.
Yep, the Saints.
Tampa Bay.
Buccaneers.
Another Florida
The worst helmet in football. Next. I do. I hate that helmet.
Yeah,
it's
not great.
Who's that?
Next is the Houston Texans.
Oh, and then Tennessee Titans.
Yep. Formerly the Houston Oilers.
Oh, then there's Florida. Is that the Florida one?
That's the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah,
that's actually their old helmets.
Team,
that's the one that always goes. Their owner always, if the NFL does set up a team in London, I do believe it'll eventually be the Jacksonville Jaguars moving over there to you guys.
Really?
I went to an event.
Their owner seems to want to, and they always have
and like
over there.
the thing is, like I can understand why they're going to do it, but
I don't think it's going to work out, honestly.
They're like, there's no British go to it.
No, and they won't go.
It's
I
like,
have photos
like
to
they
prove.
go to that. Like I can understand it, but everybody goes. There's like 10% British, and the rest of the Americans.
Yeah, I don't see a team really panning out over there, to be honest.
Nothing
wrong with that. It's not your guys' thing.
We missed the Colts.
Yes,
formerly
the Baltimore Colts.
The same uniform. They never changed the uniform either.
And I will say they do have one of my favorite uniforms. I know we had a bit of a rivalry with them during the Manning and Brady days, but it's just classic. It's simple. It's just the blue, the white, classic helmet. Yeah, it's a nice. I like very traditional jerseys in terms of just like a nice solid color. Even the Giants. I hate the Giants because what they did to us in 2 Super Bowls, but that blue with the white letters and a little bit of red, it just looks so nice. Sharp looking.
So what are you, Jace? Are you New England or Jets?
I'm New England Patriots. The Jets are one of our division rivals, so they say. But in my lifetime, none of these teams have ever been really good, except the Bills. The Bills are good now, and the Dolphins have had some decent years, but the Jets have always sucked in my lifetime. At least because I grew up when I was coming into the age of liking sports, was the very first year Tom Brady won the Super Bowl the Patriots won the Super Bowl. That one wasn't necessarily Tom Brady as much as it was the defense, but it was his first year as quarterback.
Okay, here's a very great question. Knowing that we have rugby around the world, why has not?
I don't know. It's just not a popular
American
sport
football.
Here.
Why?
And yeah, Americans' version of European football. So we'll just call it soccer for the sake of it. I know it's not the proper name, but
even
our
soccer, it's more like rugby.
Well, yeah, it's just something about those sports just never clicked here. Whether it be rugby, which is similar in terms of physicality as this one.
Yeah, but why is it like there's shit ton? Do you think about I can't even think the difference, but like you think about the rugby players. Jim and Loman, I've mentioned probably the best.
Yep. I remember that from one of the Chinwag episodes.
Yeah, like oh my god, like bow down to the guy. What he did to rugby, he would kick the shit out of any top player in the American football league.
See, that I would disagree with because when you look at the size of these middle linebackers and some of these players, that's exactly what I thought. It was Ray Lewis. You'd have to see some of these guys.
Yeah, okay.
Because that
you ever seen in the 90s?
They have the size and the agility. So American football
in the 90s, in
size
the 90s,
and agility.
There was the English
Oh, that's false. I see Abe in chat there. That is false, Abe. That is very false. American football players are on a different level physically.
Okay.
I'm not saying rugby guys aren't tough or anything like that, but the competition in terms of equals, the equals they go up against is very different.
You
the athleticism.
Okay. I don't really call it. What's your? You have we call it forwards and backs. You
James
call it
Harrison.
Defense,
remember him, Sandy? Oh my
defense
word!
And what do you call?
I won't
defense
mention the fridge.
What do you have? The defense and what?
Sorry,
defense,
what do you mean?
Offense and defense.
Defense and forwards. Defense. Yeah. So we
the line. You're talking about the line.
Yeah, the line.
Defensive line. Yeah, like Ray Lewis. Like check out Baltimore 19. What do we?
Okay. So you have like your team got defensive line, yeah.
Yeah, your defensive line are the biggest guys on the field.
Yeah, you switch it. And how many teams? How many? Tell you not teams, but how many players?
55.
Yeah, 50. It's a 52-man roster, but it's going to be 11 on each side playing throughout the game.
So how many on the pitch at one time?
11 on either side, offense and defense. There's 11 players for each side.
Okay. So you think about rugby? They have 15. 15? Oh, sorry, I'm chatting. They do both.
Yeah, that's fair
enough. They go for 80 minutes and they do not have a break.
I'm not saying they don't have stamina. What I'm saying is Ray Lewis coming and trucking you full force is going to hurt just as much as the best guy in rugby.
Okay. Joe Malomo, kit-wise, no kit.
I'll have to look him up.
What I would say is like,
Joe
I remember
Maloma,
that.
Oh my God. Okay.
If you can grab the clip of him.
Joe Maloma.
What I'll point out, because I remember this clip from the Chinwag, because I was in chat that day.
Yeah.
And what I'll point out is in that clip, he's going up against men who are nowhere near his size. And it's not to discredit him. He's a phenomenal guy, phenomenal athlete, phenomenal at his size, everything.
Okay.
But the people he's going up against are much smaller than him versus the NFL, where you're going up against physical equals in size.
Okay.
But let me also say, so Stasis, your guy, right? Are we thinking of him as just like a tractor trailer running people down versus the athleticism in the NFL?
He was very athletic as well. I remember seeing the clips.
Look at the combine. Look at what they do. They jump.
Joe Maloma was a completely anomaly. He was the ultimate rugby player. He could do defense, but offense. And I mean, he was like, guys, you guys are in chat. He was like a 22 stone guy. Whatever that is, but like he was he played for New Zealand, but he was more like Fijian build, so he was just built, like what the Rock looks like. Right. You can imagine the Rock, but he could sprint.
Well, and that's what that's what Sandy and I are getting at, is that's what most defensive linebackers are. Like they're just as big and they're just as fast. So I think the distinction between what you're saying and what I think is so coming up from youth to college sports, a lot of these players will play multiple positions. They will play both sides of the ball. As you get like towards the higher levels of it, they tend to turn you into specialists. And, there are people who, especially in high school and some colleges, they'll play both sides of the ball. They'll be on offense and defense. But as they kind of see, these players have potential, these players are really elite at certain things, they then kind of turn them into, okay, you're going to be focused on this. You're going to be a linebacker focused on that. You're no longer going to be a linebacker and play some running back, or you're not going to be a cornerback and play some quarterback. You're going to be one of the two, and you're going to specialize in that and become the best you can be at that. Versus rugby, the game of rugby is played different, where you do kind of switch back and forth playing both. It would be the same as if you look at like European football, you're not going to have anybody of your defenders play striker. Yeah. Eventually you become a specialist, but they might have played striker.
I used to play winger. Or fullback in rugby. That's my position. I never went into like you have forwards and you have things.
See, I don't know enough about rugby to know.
Yeah. So that's things like I would always I'm really fast, so I'll be a winger. And that's where you go get the ball and you run. And then your thing is you got to take the hit. There's going to be a guy, you're weighing 12 stone, 10 stone, and there's a guy 20 stone. He comes at you like that, bang. And it's how bang you take the hits. And that's it. Fullback, a little bit different. You're taking the kicks. You're going to take a pounding now and again, but like not bad. But my question is, okay, your both arguments are coy. Okay, what would be American football if they took off all the pads?
Yeah, it'd be the same thing.
Exactly.
You know, they would hit.
Yeah, but do you think like the helmets and the pads?
Well,
like you look at it, some of it, like like they do the
flag
spears.
football. It would be flag football, which is
Yeah,
what
but why? Yeah, but why?
You know, it's the helmets have obviously always been a thing, especially nowadays. They'll never get rid of them. If anything, they're doing more padding with the discoveries of CTE and the effects of all that. Honestly, I think they've always just been like, if you look back in the early days of football, there wasn't much.
Oh my God, it was like
a
leather pad.
Bad.
But you look at hockey, the same thing. In America, we just kind of try to take care of the athletes, I guess, a little bit more. It's not to say that rugby doesn't. You know, rugby's just been played differently. Maybe they're more traditional to the way it's always been versus, you look at football then to now, and even hockey then to now. Remember, some players didn't used to wear helmets or pads.
Oh my God, the hockey players who didn't wear helmets.
Right.
No.
Just enough things kind of go wrong that the leagues just implemented, okay, we're going to use pads to try to help out. But if you were to look up a video, say, of like Ray Lewis's biggest hits, they would look brutal.
Yeah, so like Jay, there was a oh my God, I can't remember. There was a
Lawrence Taylor.
No, who was like there was a guy who'd done the concussion thing. And he won loads of money, like he said, like
lots of them did.
Yeah,
then they did that, and then they went like, because they were going to lose, and then they did a rugby thing, and they said rugby has less brain damage. And you think what they do, they go in hard, but because what you do in rugby, you go into your shoulder. You're aiming for your shoulder.
I think the way you hit in football, they've tried to make changes to where you hit, no head to head, no this, no that.
Look in the 90s, they used boom. I'm going from ahead, like like they did the spear thing, didn't they? Remember that spear? Like boom, like that was a tackle, and like I think that's the way, like you get like in rugby, like you get like you go there. You go bang, you go smack, you take out your player like that. You're aiming at certain positions. You don't go below the hip bone. Like American football, oh shit! Some of the tackles you see, like
they could be pretty graphic. Like, oh my God, and they've tried to curb that, especially the helmet to helmet. You'll get fined for those now, suspended, the whole deal. They just got rid of the hip drop tackle, things like that. It was starting to hurt people's lower body because they were, these defenders are like, well, where are we going to hit? If they only give you so much section. So they were going for these hip drop tackles that were like tearing people's ACLs and MCLs and ankles and all this stuff. So they haven't been able to totally figure out like the exact right spot to hit with the way that football is played. The best is like going for the chest and the numbers. It's your best bet. But, even that can lead to things. It's a brutal sport, much like rugby is as well. Rugby, hockey, they're all, anything that's a contact sport becomes a brutal one. You have a bunch of risks in it. I've actually always wondered why there is no pad, or why rugby's never introduced any kind of padding at all. Just because, again, it is bodies crushing bodies.
You have in the ruck, you didn't see the scrum or the ruck, and like they have padding. It's only because they get cauliflower ears.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
That is it. But like you look at like. It's weird because I if you look at rugby, the money's not there. The money's American football, just because
it's just the show. It's all that's been made onto.
But look at the countries that play rugby. Like you got a good America have a good rugby team now. They're like in
I didn't even know that.
Canada. They have a good rugby team. They have a good,
we had a former rugby player in
the World Cup, But like how I always think it's weird, like how, like if you look at baseball, Sandy probably like baseball's that you're probably a favorite, like Japan. Like
they got a good league over there.
Yeah, maybe look at ice hockey. Ice hockey is kind of like the colder countries, like Europeans. We got a great ice hockey league over here.
Really? I didn't know that.
Well. It's really done really well. So you got like it's very prominent, like except for the southern continents, you're not going to get it. Yeah, you're going to get that. Like American football, everybody knows American football. Everybody knows American football. But literally worldwide. I remember in the 90s,
the marketing. It's the media.
There's a lot of money behind it.
But they tried it with the London Monarchs. I remember that. Like they used to be a thing like
with the World League, right?
Yeah,
the World Football League.
Yeah,
the Barcelona Dragons.
Yes, yeah.
Come on, we gotta name them. Let's name them. The Barcelona Dragons, because we used to watch
Aberdeen. I can't remember. What was it? The Scottish one. I can't remember what it's called. But yeah,
there
that
was
like
Italy. Yeah.
And I think what it is, I hate to say it, is you're not your advertising about it, is your advertising in it.
Oh yeah.
Like absolutely. You look at a football game. 45 minutes, 45 minutes.
Look at the Super Bowl. You know how much they pay for
there
ads?
There are no advertisements. Like how much? Like what is the first half of a American football game?
What time wise?
Yeah.
Game lasts about an hour, 2.5 hours or so.
No, one half, one quarter. So
in terms of the actual time limit on it, it's 2 15-minute quarters, but it ends up being longer.
Okay. So how long is that 15 minutes? Because
half an hour.
Yeah, it's about half an hour each. They pack with stuff. And that's one thing that I've always liked about, because I do watch some EPL. I've always been a fan of soccer, just because it's been something in my family for years. So I do watch some EPL. And one thing I do love about how you guys do that is your advertisements are on the pitch all the time.
Literally
it's around the perimeter. It's on the kits. It's the whole deal. And it's a smart way to do it because it doesn't take away from the viewing experience. And you get all your advertisements. They pay to be on the kit. They pay to be around the field. Like, it's brilliant. The NBA started to adopt some of that. They still have, of course, their regular advertisements, but on the court now they'll do these kind of images that are just, computer generated so that they can change them throughout the game, and it's not like painted onto the floor anymore. Where you'll have for the first quarter it's this, company's images on the court, and the next quarter it's a different one, and then they have on the kits they start on the jerseys. We call them for the NBA. Now every team has a sponsor where you'll have, like right now the Celtics I think is Vistaprint. The Lakers used to be Wish for a couple years. One time the Celtics were GE. So right up on the top, right above the left breast is on the strap that kind of goes over the shoulder is some logo for some company. So like the NBA is starting to adopt some of that. Immediately people are kind of pushing back on it as fans of like, we're not doing that. We want our jerseys to look classic and traditional. We don't want these advertisers on it and change every year. So of course, fans will push back on it because it's something new. I think football's toyed with the idea of putting advertisers on helmets, which again was met with backlash of like, we don't want that. We want the Raiders helmet to be a classic Raiders helmet. So it's tough. It's just kind of the fact that we've done it differently for so long now makes it different to change it. I would almost prefer a little bit more on the field advertisements to have less commercials.
Yeah, advertisement around
or that, right, whatever it may be. So the NBA is trying to adopt some of that in their own way, but even then there's still a bunch of commercials in NBA games, so it's still not enough. All it's going to end up being is they're going to make money off that, and they're going to keep the commercials the same way they are. So it's like it's not going to
the commercials. I hate to say it, like I like watching the lower league. I suppose you call it like the lower leagues, the UK. Like you get into a game and they go to commercial break.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Like, like that's why probably I like the National Hockey League, because they don't have so many.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing too. Is,
when they go and it's fast flowing.
Right.
They can't stop it. So when it happens, you're just like, okay, it's a break for the players.
And that's one thing too, that hockey doesn't lend itself to those commercial interruptions. So the NBA and football, for example, the NFL, because there's so many timeouts, breaks, in between play stuff, it lends itself to being like, oh, this is a perfect time for us to push advertisements. Hockey, not so much. In the NBA, for example, they actually have what's literally called a TV timeout, where the game is forced to take a pause. The players get a rest, but it's really because it's a TV timeout. We're about to run some ads type of thing. Like that stuff is
that's
where
why I think
annoying as anything.
Baseball become unpopular because
that plus a million reasons why it's so slow.
Too slow.
It's slow. Like when you have like an innings and then you just have this commercial breaks, and then you like realizing, oh my god, they're doing commercial breaks within the innings, and like it's just like,
it's so annoying.
And then as soon as you come back from commercial breaks, they decide to change pitchers, and then you go through it all.
And then it's another way
again.
It's something we've gotten accustomed to here. just because it's the way it's always been, but it is annoying
Europeans,
as anything.
That's why Europeans don't get it. I think they don't get it because they don't get. No, it's a sport. Like if you go, like all of you played as kids. Was there commercial breaks? No. Was there the breaks? No. It's like that is the thing. It's like soccer, football, as you call it. That is the freedom. You have that freedom. You just go for it. You just like play the game as you want to do. And I think most sports, you got to play it as you would play a kid. You got to have that fun. That's it. So like, yeah, like once you start giving the money, the commercial breaks, it's just like new, and it makes people go, "Oh, I'm doing a turn off." Like sort of American football. That's why I think it's not been big because. Sorry, I don't want to watch an advert. I want to watch the game.
Yeah, like, if I don't blame you guys for that.
If they advertised like, what's it like your college system? Well, apparently it's less adverts. It might entertain us. And there's limited people. Like, it's just because it's not fast. It's just not fast enough because you're ending it with, oh, hello.
Yeah, and I think that's one reason why. Like I said, I don't think
excited.
I don't think it's going to take off in Europe. I know they're trying some Germany games now as well, and I just don't think it's going to take off the way they wanted to.
No, I've like you get like you watch some games, and I'm being honest, I've watched some games, and you get interested, and then the break, and then you get disinterested. Why? Because then 10 yards they fluff around,
and you know what?
Next break, and you're like, oh.
It's like Serpico, where we had some scenes we liked, and then they disinterest us. Huh? We brought this all full circle here.
Exactly.
We got it all connected.
It's like 5 and down or whatever it's called. You're like, yay! Oh no.
Yeah, like I said, I get it. It's something that I think we're just so accustomed to it here that it is the way it is for us. Would I love to see less ads in my sports? Absolutely, just because I watch it for the action. I watch it for the sport. I watch it for the thrill of the game. I don't watch it for, Uber Eats commercials or anything like that. Not to single them out, but they've been a new football one.
That E-Trade Boss note, Baby
can I tell
my favorite.
Support one of the greatest teams ever, Queen's Park Rangers. That's all I have to say. We drew.
Never heard of them.
6. What now?
Never heard of them, but they sound terrible.
1886.
QPR.
No, I do believe I have heard of them.
There you go. Anybody who doesn't support a soccer football team, you now support Queen's Park Rangers. That is it. It's done, dusted. 6 games unbeaten for a while. Established 1886. There we go. So,
what colors are they? Are they
blue? Well, originally we were green and white hoops because of we were a Catholic team. That's then went with we were Catholic, St. Jude's, and Queen's Park. What were Protestant, and then grew up, and then we became a white team, and then blue and white. Now we're called blue and white hoops.
Okay.
So we're the Glasgow Celtics.
Sounds familiar, but I'm not sure if that's from us having a talk about them before.
Okay, yeah, Glasgow Celtics wear green and white hoops.
Because I think when I was talking about the Celtics, you had mentioned them before. They
are called the hoops, and we're the super hoops because we precede them with the blue and white hoops. So we're the super hoops. So they're the hoops, and we're the super hoops.
I have to look this up.
Yeah, so we're the only team, and we got pissed off when Nike. We got sponsored by Nike, and they're the only company.
I'm assuming you're talking about Nike.
You're talking about Nike.
Nike. We're the only company in the world that couldn't match up the hoops. So they said we have to white back.
But I don't see any hoops. I'm looking at this. There's no hoops.
My God, Queen's Park Rangers. Queen's Park Rangers.
It's hoops. Stripes.
No hoops. Hoops.
What hoops? What are you saying? It's okay. Show me, because I'm seeing stripes.
Oh my God!
I looked up QPR kit, Queens Park Rangers. It's stripes. What hoops?
It's hoops. No stripes up and down.
All right, share a photo. I'll be the judge here.
Oh my God.
What are you saying? Like hoops or circles? I don't see any circles. I must be looking at an old one.
Okay. Let me just save this. This is a.
Yeah, I wouldn't know a hoop to be a circle.
No, this is like. I have to get like one that goes all around.
I'm thinking Olympic rings.
No.
Yeah, that's what
this is like hoops. Hoops go around the body. Yeah.
Those are stripes. They're just horizontal. Yeah, they're
No,
just not vertical stripes.
Oh my God. Guys, I'm gonna.
You Brits and your words.
If they're up and down, they're pinstripes. If they're side to side, they're stripes.
Yeah, they're just horizontal stripes.
They're just
vertical stripes.
But they go around the body.
Yeah, I mean technically.
Well,
yeah,
depends on
fair
how
enough.
you show it.
Oh yeah. There you go. Let me just do this like this. Oh.
I'm looking for like Olympic rings.
Yeah, I was thinking rings, like hoops, circles. Like Sonic rings or something. I wasn't thinking.
Sonic rings. Oh my God. Damn it, chat.
Hey, you wanted a show with two Americans. This is what you get.
I know, right?
You got a show with your helmets. I know that. Oh my God, actually, okay. Sorry, guys. I can't find it. There you go. Let me save this. Save. There you go.
Hey, well, you played rugby. Oh my gosh. Ouch.
Oh yeah, that a few of my buddies did it in college. There was a little league that they kind of set up was like a recreational.
I got knocked out. Knocked out 3 times.
Yeah,
those are stripes.
They're hoops. They go all the way around.
I mean, technically, but those are just stripes at the end of the day.
I've never in my life.
No. I can't see in 360. I can only see straight ahead, and that looks like a bunch of stripes.
Okay, they go all the way around. They go all the way around. There's another team called Reading that have stripes. They only go halfway.
Well,
Glasgow.
I see the
Celtics.
Distinction. But I'd still call them stripes.
Oh my!
Well, look at his top one. His top stripe there stops at the shoulders. That is a stripe. That is a stripe, my friend.
That is a bad kit. Okay. Okay, hold it. Keep it.
Okay, what do you call it that the other guy has there? What are those little dot matrix thingies on his?
Know.
Colorful squares.
Yeah. That's pretty wild. Well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, so it's the same color as my team. Same color scheme, anyway.
Okay. Let me.
My team is Tottenham. I'm doing that on purpose. I know it's
Tottenham.
A few of my buddies support Tottenham.
Oh my God!
Because they came over here and did a tour like years and years ago. So I saw Tottenham play Liverpool here. It was my first, real British football match, and it was fun. So I became a Tottenham fan.
I was following Manchester City for a little bit, and then I fell out of it. Coincidentally, when they got good, is when I started to fall out of it.
That's Applesauce's team.
Oh, is it? No kidding.
That is Applesauce's team. Yeah, big time.
Currently, I'm clubless. I need to find an EPL club to follow.
No, this club. We need supporters. We need supporters.
He's already told you what team to follow.
Queen's Parade. Okay, my mum, Dr. Mum, used to do the floristry at Tottenham Hotspur.
Oh, no kidding.
Oh, was it Tottenham? I know you told me she was a
Tottenham Hotspur. Yeah, Tottenham Hotspur, and of course I was Queen's Park Rangers fan. As this is an old 70s one. I played at youth in the old Tottenham stand against David Beckham.
No kidding.
And he didn't like me.
I'm shocked.
Because he was like 4 or 5 years older, like that, and he threw me to the ground and punched me in the face.
Oh my Lord!
No kidding.
What did you do to deserve that?
Because I outplayed him.
No.
And I was like, somebody went, "Can you man mark him?" I was like, "Yep," because he can't run for shit. He can't run for shit. And everybody he thinks is a Man United player. He used to play for Tottenham Hotspur.
I did not know that actually. I always think of him in Man U and then the LA Galaxy.
Yeah, and his dad and all that made an agreement after Tottenham Hotspur kind of were pissed off with him because he turned up every day in a Man United kit, trying to get his transfer to Man United as a youth player.
No kidding.
And and I was fringe player at a let's say a non-league club, and I literally they were like, anybody who sees it, after they won the this is a bit of insider to me. Tottenham Hotspur won the league, FA Cup in 1991. FA Cup. Gazza got injured, and Peter Shreves, 1992 to 94, become the manager of Tottenham Hotspur. He's my uncle.
No kidding. Oh.
Yeah. So when he got sacked because he was a coach, not really a manager. He went with Glenn Hoddle to Chelsea, and then I got signed with Chelsea. There you go.
Wow.
So there you go.
That is very cool.
The greatest thing Gazza ever done for me was.
Is that who you got sick on?
Yes.
Oh,
no,
yes,
sick on.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got sick at the party though, right?
Yeah, like
okay.
So I got underage, and he gave me Paul Gascoigne gave me a clean set of clothes. So my mum and dad were realizing
that is such an awesome story.
I was like, damn
awesome.
it, that's it. So yeah, and everybody was like, "Oh, you don't know him, you don't know him." I was like, "Yes, I do," and like that. So yeah,
no, all too well from that experience.
Yeah, but he always took the piss, and he always called me Jamie. After that, it was always.
Oh,
Jamie,
you heard it, chat. That's what we're gonna call him now.
That's it. And I was like, "Oh, that's not my name." He's like, "Nope, you're Jamie to me." And it's all because my this is a random fact. When I James back in the day was a very popular name, so it was Jamie, Jum. Like all the different Jim, blah 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 blah.
I don't see you as a Jimmy ever.
No,
never.
So my when we went to infant school, I don't know what infant school would be for you.
Nursery school.
Yeah, nursery. So between
like
7 and 11.
Oh, years?
Oh, that would be years old. That would be elementary school for us.
Oh, that's elementary school.
Yeah, so before you get to like that, so there was too many Jameses, so they had the different, and they picked me Jamie. So my auntie, Jamie, always called me Jamie. Always called me Jamie.
One of my teachers changed the spelling of my name because there were too many. Now, I've never met another Sandy, but in one grade, there were 3 Sandys. And I'm always with a Y. And she made it with an I because there was another Sandy with a Y. And she made the other one with an EE, which is insanity. So there was Sandy with a Y, Sandy with an I, and Sandy with an E.
Yeah, but all Sandy.
But we all had different last names. So what is the problem with that? Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, she had to spell. So I got the I.
Yeah, I could have been
Y.
James G. That'd been easy, yeah. So
there's
yeah,
no other. I don't think there's another Sandy Q anywhere. I challenge anyone. Reach out to me if you're a Sandy Q. Okay.
Where in the world is the other Sandy Q?
I know, right? There's.
But after that, my auntie started calling me that, and then Paul Gascoigne. I won't call him Gazza. He's always Paul to me because I've met him. I've met him like multiple times. He's Paul, and he would take the piss, like, but in a funny way, and he'd be just like even when I played, I was shouting out my surname, and he would get, "Well done, Jamie." I'm like, "You fire, you bastard!" And he would wind me up, and he was like, It's like that. So, until my injury, he always, really.
Well, when they do that, they care. You know, people who do that, that's because they care. That's
he is like, he was an alcoholic. Yeah, we all know that now. But he's the most. He was the kind of that name I haven't seen for a while. But he was the most caring, most reliable, most sweetest person you could ever meet, and all he cared about was football. And I mean that is like he would live and die at football. That is it. I know I'm good at that. And when he got injured, like in the FA Cup final, did he cruciate ligament in? That was it. Bang. then like the Tottenham sold into Lazio. But yeah, that I think that's what done him, because like, you know, getting sold from a club, like he was a Newcastle lad, born and bred, but like Newcastle back then to what they are now, and then Tottenham Hotspur, they're like different class, and I'm like, yeah, that challenge in Nottingham against Nottingham Forest, it was his fault. Did his crucial ligament, and then he just couldn't, you know. Can you imagine your bread and butter in is like you play football every day, kick a ball up, could like, you know, like throw a ball, whatever you do, and then not being able to do it like for 6 months. It killed him. I think that's my thing. Like, that's what I think. Like, you know, you get them thing people get like, you know, like in the military as well, like, or whatever you go, like they just can't do their job, and the drink, it goes to the drink. You know, I think that's what did him. I think that's definitely what did him. It's like that. Looking back at it, I like that, because he's the nicest, sweetest guy, and then he went. I think that's what happened.
Yeah, the life of an athlete.
Did he have a sheepdog though? I'm trying to get us back to Serpico.
Yeah.
Sounds like a sweetheart.
Oh my god. A sheepdog takes a lot of combing. That's what I said. A lot of
there would never be one in this house.
I need the director's cut when Serpico is just grooming the dog. That would have put the whole movie together.
That would have been, oh my god, that would have been the whole movie. Conditioning. Oh my god. Literally, that is one dog you don't want to comb. Like, how many knots are going to be in that dog? It is literally, they're beautiful dogs, but you don't want one.
For sure.
Like, you do not want one. It's like, did he actually, Sandy? Did he have a sheepdog?
Yeah. Oh,
what, an actual sheepdog?
Oh, yes. And the dog traveled with him and lived to be like 15 years old, which is crazy for a dog of that size. Like it lived a nice long life.
So he couldn't do his beard, but he could do the sheepdog.
Correct.
I'm not oiling this, but the sheepdog, yeah.
Fair enough.
But on that note, Sandy, as it's your pick, what we got next? A great movie.
Reading the book. I'm reading the book now. Mario Puzo's The Godfather. And so we are so looking forward to talking about that next week right here. Perfect timing. It is a Christmas film. And
we have Twitter proof.
Hold it.
And as we've mentioned, boy, we've had a lot of Al Pacino lately. So
yes.
So we're getting to see a lot of.
I must say, I'm looking. I love rewatching this movie. I love rewatching it.
It's been a very long time for me, so this is going to be good.
Yeah. So I think this is going to be a good one. It's one of those.
I'm
almost the Godfather.
Yeah.
I'm nominable. If you don't like it, you're going to get banned from chat. I'm sorry. You're going to get banned.
Do it. Pull a DSP. Just ban everybody.
You're banned. You're banned.
I want to see if I can get my hands on the Godfather video game that kind of got me to watch this years ago. I'm curious to see if I can find it.
You said that, yes. I remember.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can find that. I'd love to stream that. I don't even remember if it was good or bad. I liked it at the time, but I can't remember.
Gosh.
So
the worst thing is, I know what I'm going to do. I know, and it's bad, but Sandy's got to read the book. I know I'm going to watch Godfather and then just want to watch Godfather 2.
You're going to have to. You have to.
Back to back.
Yeah, fair enough.
So yeah, but we've got that number 2 on the wheel. I'm just looking forward to it.
Let me also say, we've added a few. I always look at like the notes and the numbers, right? And then when we did Saturday Night Fever, I added a slide for the soundtrack. I did for Star Wars as well. The music. I think for Godfather, I need to add. I think we need to talk about the food. I think we need the food. I think
fine by me.
Talk about the food. So don't
come to the episode hungry then.
Can we just do the dishes?
So the Godfather. So we begin with a wedding with this massive wedding cake and with snippets of all kinds of different, Italian food and the cookies and all the pastries. And then, there's the scene. Sorry for spoilers, but leave the gun, take the cannoli. So we could have cannoli. There are plenty of scenes with the family around the table, having their spaghetti, breaking bread. I think so. I want to make sure that, yeah, I think we need to consider an Italian meal before we go to before or after
Okay.
film club next week. I think we all need to
Oh my God.
celebrate
So
an
we
Italian
hold it.
meal.
Do we have to have the Italian meal ready?
No, it can be before or after. But I
Come
want
on a
I'm
full
thinking this would be
stomach.
good. It'll be a good time.
I want everyone to
I could go for
take
some
a
chicken
look at
parm. It's been a while.
some of the things that are like,
Oh,
you know, and I also said I was going to bring my matrix of
I
all the
so
people who've been
regard.
in The Godfather and
Oh,
Goodfellas
yes,
and
yes.
Casino, because we have that list.
A lot of
But
crossover.
Mm.
I also, let's focus also on, like, we talked about a little bit, like the Italian immigration story and the American dream, but let's also focus on like what it is to be Italian and being Italian,
Sicilian,
which is so
Sicilian.
important to Don Corleone and then to Michael Corleone. Family, honor, loyalty. There's food in there. So want you to
Any
take a look at.
Sicilian watching, this is the way. Desteraminga.
Oh, what's that?
I have no idea.
I can't say that. I can't.
Is it bad? Did you
translate
just say something nasty?
I want it to be known now. I have no idea what he
wanna know.
said, so leave me out of it.
No, but they would know what it means.
I'll just say manja, right? That's eat.
I know that one. That one's eat, right?
Yeah, no, yeah. Kind of. That's the minga.
All right. Let's get out of here before Faces cancels us in other languages.
But yeah, oh my God, I'm looking forward to rewatching The Good Father again. But I mean this in a way because I've never broken it down.
It might be
that's
different.
good.
I only watched it.
I love the movie,
Yeah,
and I think most people do love the movie. I think it might be, but I've never broken the scene down. So it'd be great to do that because I have the opinions of the scene like that, and I have a
feeling this will be some of our highest rankings. By the end of it, I think this will be an episode with the highest rankings by all three of us, or rankings, however you want to put it, in terms of the 1 through 10. I think this will be the closest we all are and the highest we've all been.
Yeah. But everybody, that is your homework. The Godfather. It's not hard homework, people.
Yeah, it's pretty good homework.
It's good homework. It's good homework. It's good.
Says the book.
And you gotta have apparently Sandy wants you to eat a lot of pasta and garlic bread apparently at the same time.
And cookies and cannoli. I think I'm definitely gonna have. That's gonna be my treat. I'm definitely gonna try to have some cannoli for treats. So.
Oh yeah. But everybody, I hope you really enjoyed this. Now nearly 4 hours.
Yeah, this one doesn't count though. We had a big sidetrack there.
We had
American football.
We had that. We had
rugby.
So yeah, I'm blaming the Americans.
Yeah, you guys always do. It's fine. We're the beacon of hope. We can take it.
We'll still come to your rescue when you need us.
Yep, we can take it.
That's right. Unfortunately, it should be Make America British again.
I don't know about that. I don't know about all that.
Yeah. Everybody in chat will know.
Yeah.
Anyway, everybody, it's been a fun. This has been a fun film club. Even though the movie got a 5-ish, 4 5s, that's it. But I hope you really enjoyed it. Check out the film, but also do your homework for the next one. Sandy, what you got going on? Have you got more UK embassies, consulates going on?
Oh yeah, I've got like 30 more racked up and stacked up and ready to go. Yeah, I thought I visited just a handful, but now I realize I went to quite a few. So yeah, those are coming up, but really this week and next week is all about Christmas. I got to get my act together for Christmas. So hope to do some family time and not so much history time. I think they'll appreciate that, and I will too. Jay, what do you got going on?
So outside of the holidays and all that, and taking a little bit of time to myself with my family there, in terms of the YouTube stuff, A few things, actually. I'm working on a review for the new Amazon show Secret Level, which was a video game anthology series, which was surprisingly really good. I really enjoyed it.
Of it.
I've not heard of
So
this.
yeah, it's kind of really under the radar right now. I don't know why Amazon's not promoting it more because I enjoyed it. There's another set or another batch of episodes coming out next week. I think they did 1 through 8 this week. The video game topics they do range from Warhammer. Well, I guess that one's kind of a little bit of tabletop and video games, but they do Dungeons and Dragons, which is also tabletop. But Warhammer. There's a Pac-Man episode that was kind of cool in theory, but seemingly had nothing to do with Pac-Man until I watched the Game Awards and saw a trailer for a new game they're releasing. That's more in line with what the show was, so it kind of made more sense. But Sifu, another game that's featured in it. There's just a whole bunch of different games featured in it. Unreal Tournament, all that. It was really cool. I have to say, I really enjoyed it. So I'm going to do a review on that.
I'm looking forward to your review.
And then there was, I think I'm even going to actually break down the Warhammer episode specifically afterwards because I really liked it. And I know nothing about Warhammer whatsoever, but I've wanted to get into it ever since the announcement of the Henry Cavill project, a year or two ago. And now that we just heard it is going to actually go forward, I'm even more excited to try to find out more about Warhammer. And then watching the episode, and they're all short episodes, like some are 15 minutes. The Sifu one was like 7 minutes. They're all short stories, anthology stories, but really well done. But the Warhammer one really caught my eye, and I was like, dude, I need to get into this. So that leads me to some of the other stuff I'm going to do, which is I just bought Space Marine 2 and Astrobot, which won Game of the Year. I think I'm going to work in some streams of that. There's more indie streams coming, Indiana Jones, that is. So there's a whole lot going on that I want to do. I started it. Honestly, it's not a great game. It's not an awful game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sorry, just going
it's
a bit tangent. It looks good, but the gameplay looks shit.
Yeah, so like it looks pretty good. Some of the environment stuff looks a little rough, a little stiff. Some of the plants and things like that, but
it looks a bit easy. It looks like an 11-year-old game.
That's the thing, is that it's not really like the gameplay's. It's hard to explain. Like I enjoyed the time I had streaming it, but a lot of it was kind of having laughs a little bit at it, but not in like the awful way. More just like, AI being silly and not realizing that as a character, I'm doing something that they should be responding to and they're not. It's a weird game. It's not the worst thing I've ever played. It's not a great thing.
Why did he point of view? They should.
Yeah, that's one thing I complained about. The first person choice was silly. It should have been third person.
You want to see? You want to play? You playing indie? I want to see indie.
Right, and that's exactly what I say. It's like the Batman games. I wouldn't want to play first-person Batman.
You can see, Conan, switch between the two.
Right. Or Switch,
Why
something
they
like
do
that.
It's very weird. Like modern games can't do the both, and like older games can.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be able to. I don't get it, but
it's
whatever reason they went that route. So it's been an interesting game. Mr. Porkchop's been playing it too, so it's one of those things where you have some good laughs playing it, and it's fun to stream. Although it's not a.
Is it only on PC at the moment?
No, it's on Xbox as well. I think it's coming to PlayStation soon, but it's on PC Game Pass, so it's free if you have PC Game Pass. If you want to call that free, I know it's subscription, so all that. But at least you don't have to pay $70 for it.
Yeah,
like I said, not great. Yeah, for $70, I would not be playing it. I'll tell you that. It's definitely not. It's not the worst thing I've ever played. But it's certainly not a great game either. It's kind of mid. It's somewhere right in the middle. And if you enjoy Indiana Jones, there's some fun nostalgia, and if you have a good sense of humor with it too, you can have a good laugh with chat while you play it. It doesn't have to be just complaining about the broken AI and things like that. But some of it's fun. Like the fight mechanics are fun. Like the way you use weapons and stuff in it. Like it's actually kind of fun and satisfying gameplay. So I got to say, it's been a middle of the road game.
Yeah, if you play indie as indie. What I've seen, you play indie as indie. It just looks a bit too simple.
It is like easy to beat everybody.
Like how you get around things. It's just a bit obvious.
Yeah,
that's it. But if you play if they do indie as indie until the end, I want to be India now.
Yeah,
I want.
And that's the thing.
The only thing is like the point of view. I don't get it.
No, that's one thing I said as well while I was playing was the game wants you to be more stealth. But if you choose to play it your way and just like sound the alarms and have some fights and use the weapons and all that, You have more fun. Honestly, I sure did. And I've been watching Mr. P play a bit, and he's been having some pretty funny clips and things, like just kind of beating up everybody and doing all that. Like, so you can play it a way that you want to play that makes it more fun. The way they kind of structure it, it's a little bit boring. Honestly, it's sneaking around and puzzles. But if you kind of just throw caution to the wind and get into a fight and take on, 5-10 guys at once, it's more fun, but it is easy. Yeah,
it does sound like Assassin's Creed.
It's a little too stealthy in design.
Yeah, like Assassin's Creed, like the later ones were like, oh, do this puzzle, click here, puzzle solved. Oh, great.
Yeah, and it gets boring. It gets old fast. But like I said, not the worst game. Fun enough to stream. You can have some laughs. But Space Marine 2 and Astrobot. I actually started playing Astrobot last night. That game is incredibly fun. If you like platformers, it's a PlayStation based platformer game, very much like an old Mario game. Astrobot, yep. And it kind of like it's a very great design visually. It's a really charming game. The gameplay's fun, the sound design's great, the music's great, the look of it's awesome. There's these little nods to PlayStation characters of the past, from Crash Bandicoot to Snake from Metal Gear, all that kind of stuff. So it's a really fun, it's a cute, charming game. Astrobot. It just won Game of the Year for whatever that's really worth. But it's a good one. PS5 exclusive, unfortunately. Unfortunately, it is a PS5 exclusive. But that'll be some streams I do as well. And then tonight, actually, in about 50 minutes, I will be on the RNG podcast with my buddy Carl from the RNG podcast and a few others, where we're going to be going over a little bit of the Game Awards kind of aftermath in terms of games that won, what the nominees were, did they deserve to win, all that kind of stuff. So that'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight.
And now, Sandy, there is a new Elder Ring.
Yes, that will be coming up for sure.
Are we going to say goodbye to Sandy for a while?
I think Sandy might be busy at the time, but there is a new Elden Ring coming. That's a sequel. I believe it's a multiplayer sequel, so that'll be pretty fun.
I was surprised. I didn't know. I did not know. I guess I don't follow.
It did come out of the blue.
Yeah, I guess I don't follow. So here's the turmoil here. Obviously, there's no time. It's a co-op. It's a co-op. It's Elden Ring, but a co-op. So I'm not going to dive into it. I would only, I'd have to dive in it with people. It looks very interesting. I did not do the expansion, the DLC, the Shadow of the Erd Tree. So I still have that to do. I love the Elden Ring environment, so I will be watching others play it. I hope some others play it so I can, see what's going on. But I was like very surprised, very interested, very excited, and then very disappointed because I don't have time. I love that game.
I'm interested in it. I'm interested to check it out. I'll play anything that comes out of the FromSoft company. So I'm definitely
love From. It's such care taken to their game.
Yeah, I'm interested in all of the. It didn't tell much, and I don't care what people say. Blah blah blah. It's because it didn't show anything. Witcher 4.
Yeah, I'm interested in that as well.
It didn't say anything. It didn't do anything.
It did show Ciri.
Yeah, but it shows. But just like that, like
the cinematic and all that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not up in arms about it. I know a lot of people are, having one side or the other on it. I'm in the middle.
I want my Geralt.
Exactly.
No, I know.
But if they go off the books, spoiler.
I know.
Yeah, see, and I don't know enough about Witcher lore to know, like, because I'm hearing a little bit of like Ciri can't be a Witcher, and I don't know enough about it to know that. All I can say is I enjoyed playing as Ciri in the portions of Witcher 3 that you play as Ciri. I think she's a cool character. I like her. I'm interested. Oh, and now my phone's going off because I keep saying Ciri. But I was interested in the game. I like I said, I like the portions of Witcher 3 where you play as Ciri. I'm not super concerned about the way she looks in the cinematic yet. I don't think it's that bad. Is it the same Ciri we've seen in the other game? Obviously, it's not. It looks different. Okay. I don't think it's awful or anything, but we'll have to see what it looks like when the game comes out.
I go like really quick before you end this. Ciri can't be a Witcher can't be the Witcher because she's overpowerful. She ends in the story. She's kick-ass. She's too powerful.
She seems like a cool
end
character.
Everybody. She's like end every. Now, if you go by Geralt can't be in it as well, but the Witchers are still there. Why? Because Witchers and boys. Do you know what I mean? That
I wasn't even aware of that.
They're boys.
Yep.
They can only be boys. Their bloodline can only be boys. They can't be women. Women only can be witches. Witches.
Which is
witches.
Not witchers, not witches.
Yeah, witchers and witches. It's like the boys. The whole point of the boys is like Jay kind of pretty, but the lawyer is they get corrupted, and they will die if they don't get from the poison. But women, their mind will get corrupted if they become witches. So it's completely different. And in the books, how it ends, I'm not going to give anybody who knows spoilers. There's two variations of what people think. I'm going to go for that version that might not be most popular, but they can carry on the story, but with witches, not witches, but without Ciri. If you carry on with Ciri cannot be beaten. She will be kick-ass. She cannot be beaten. She's literally like a near enough a manifesto of God, kind of like that. How she ends in the book is literally, you might come against her. She doesn't. But she. How can I perceive this? Is the best way. You might want to kick the shit out of her, but she will kick the shit out of you. But if they introduce her as she wants to protect the world, she will kick the shit out of the world. That's the difference. So she goes into it like a backstory of like a mythological of like this was her, because that person will kill everybody. If she get pissed off, you're dead. That's how powerful she is.
Now, I'm interested to see, because in The Witcher 3, I remember, obviously you play as her at a few portions, and I remember at the beginning, Geralt it's kind of a backstory of them, and he's training her in the ways of The Witcher. So I'm curious if The Witcher 4 is really just meaning Witcher 4 in brand recognition, and maybe she's not actually a Witcher. She's just trained in the way, in the battle and carries the weapons. Like, I'm curious to see how they do it. If that's the case, that by lore she really couldn't be one, or if it's just kind of
because like it is.
I'm curious.
The Witcher 3, the thing. Oh my god, the Witcher books are shit.
Really?
Oh, I mean, they're terrible. They're really boring. They're really hard to read.
I did not know that.
Kind of counterproductive of what character is the main character. Is it Geralt? Is it blah blah blah? Ciri? Is it like the other witches in it? And Geralt should be the main character. He's not. Like people get fixated. Geralt is the main character because of Witcher 3.
Because of the game.
How great that game is.
Oh, it's brilliant. I need to stream that, honestly. It's brilliant.
That is, it is brilliant. That is where you're going. Because if they don't go off Witcher 3, the game, and go off the books and the rest and the TV show is not The Witcher. It's not even Witcher books. It's not Witcher 3. What they should have done is done a carbon copy of Witcher 3.
Yeah, could have used side missions to be your kind of in between plot episodes, and have your through plot be the base of the game. That's what I would have done. That's what I thought we were going to get. Not quite.
Henry Cavill, boom. Witcher 3, dum 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 dum. Witcher 3. I don't care about Witcher like 1, 2, like that. Like that. Witcher 3 is the perfect game. It is one of those games you go, shit, this is bloody good. Like, there's some weird bits in it, but the weird bits in it go there. But if they go by the books, I know people want to go by the canon. The canon is shit. I hate to say it. It's not a good book. I
think people have to understand too, and I know a lot of people do. I don't mean to be preachy as if people don't get this idea. Like, trust me, I've been in spots where I don't like deviations from the canon or the lore on certain things. I won't pretend to think that I've never had those complaints myself, but I always say I'm more willing to accept deviations and changes to canon if it's what it takes to kind of bring things from page to the screen, whether it be a movie, TV, or video game. If it's kind of necessary in order to make it work, I'm okay with that. It's the changes for changes' sake that I don't always love and appreciate. But, if things have to be, you've seen it in Marvel movies, DC movies, Lord of the Rings, even Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, things had to be kind of changed, left out, excluded. The Harry Potter movies are the same, in order to kind of make that transition from page to screen. So if it's done with that in mind, I'm typically okay with it. Whether it works or doesn't work is a different conversation to have, and we can have that once we actually play it or watch these things. But
you got the director, it's like not director, the author saying The Witcher 3, wow, this is brilliant. This is what my idea was.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody just developed it. And then when they get to the TV show, he was like, this is not my fault.
Yeah.
This is like diabolical. Like,
and that's more where I'm like, you guys are making changes for changes' sake that aren't working.
He didn't like that. What's it called? The other one they did that. They did that Blood and oh my god, nobody watched.
We forget it every time. I don't think we talked about it last week too. Blood and not Blood and I was gonna say Blood in the Sand, but that was that old 50 Cent game from back in the day.
But that's the thing. But you got
whatever it is.
And I think like most people, if they're like Sandy, you have to go through. You want to play The Witcher, like somebody gets corrupted by poison. Who is things? Why? Because he gets corrupted. Do you know what I don't give a shit about? Is his gender.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. It's like he has 2 swords. Fuck me. Oh, and he can do magic. That's it. Like Ciri is a good side quest. I'm only thinking that's it.
Mm-hmm.
But have Ciri as the main antagonist. That's not it. I can beat everybody because Ciri can beat everybody. She is literally kick-ass. Like at the end of Witcher 3, she's kick-ass. She unbeatable.
Mm-hmm.
It's like yeah.
I'm curious to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I like. I must say, like, I know a lot of people are. Oh, the uglyism or whatever. I actually liked the trailer. I thought it didn't show much.
It was a good trailer.
I thought it was good. I thought it was a good trailer. I thought, I liked it. It's just showing what we can do like that. But if they
and there's been a big jump in technology too. You go because I know a lot of people have been sharing the kind of side by side screenshot of what she used to look like and what it looked like in the trailer. And it's like, again, it's things look a lot more realistic when it's in these trailers and these cinematics. It's it's different. So I think I'm still of the mind of I'd like to see the gameplay. I'd like to give it a chance. And even if I don't love the look of the
phenomenal, she might be 10 years, 20 years.
Well, later. I was thinking that too. The aging is going to take place. I thought of that as well.
Yeah, beaten up like she's a Witcher. Like you look at Geralt, he's scarred and all that. He's been beaten up like for the ages. Like
to be honest,
Ciri as like she's now wants to be a Witcher, as the books kind of represent, not as fully, but like I'm like, what? She didn't get fucking hurt. I'm like, what are you doing? What? Like, no, like she's not a pretty girl. She's a badass.
And that for me, I think, is where I kind of fall at this point. Is even let's just say when we get to the game, the character model is the same as it looks in the cinematic. I'm not super concerned about it because I don't think it's an awful looking character model. Is it different? Yeah, it definitely looks different. Doesn't look like Ciri from Witcher 3, but like you said, could be aging, could be who knows what she's gone through on this journey to be whatever she is, whether it's Witcher or not. But for me, again, it's going to come down to the gameplay and the story that you're telling, because typically I would just say gameplay because I'm not always the biggest, I don't really care all that much about the lore and story in games sometimes. And frankly, I'd even say gaming has gotten a little bit too far towards trying to tell a movie type of story versus just focus on the gameplay. So the gameplay is number one for me, but with The Witcher, because The Witcher 3 was such a good game narratively and story-wise, I do want to see some of that carry over. Like, there's some great stories, and even just the side missions. Like in The Witcher 3, the one that always sticks out is the girl who was in that tower that was like eaten by the rats. That is a haunting story, and everyone always stuck out to me. I remember playing that mission being like, oh my God, I almost feel depressed having played that because it was such an awful, sad story, but it was so well written that I'm like, you know what? I I do want to see the story be told
I
very
like
well and
how
carry over to this one. So
I hope-
gameplay and story is my big thing.
Yeah, I hope they've like. I'm not going to say we've got the backstory of the. I'm going to say odds as we both know what that means of like the developers of what they say the X then they them whatever you're going to be. I'm just hoping they took their time, like because it's been a long time since Witcher 3 to that like between the gaps. I just hope they got the like because the limit like you think about Witcher as we know it, the Witcher 3 is the story, the little gaps on the story, you know, like where the breaks and you go into little storylines where you do something else and you do that. Is they got the storyline correct in medieval, and the worst thing they could do is if they go and I don't go like to do a Hill versus Babyfield if they do modern day.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to see them avoid.
If they do modern day, you've lost me. If they go medieval, what would be?
Make the story good, authentic.
Like sounding a bit like I'm not normal women. You're gonna get this shit kicked out. It's medieval time. It's supposed to be Eastern Europe with fantasy, and like women didn't get treated right. It's like the shit of the world. Unfortunately, the shit of the world. And yeah, men
in Witchers, they as you see in like the Witchers aren't particularly liked in that environment, in that world either. So now you have if she is a Witcher in this, whatever way they go with it, or even posing to be one where people view her as one, even if she may not be, who knows what they do. I mean, it's a double kind of whammy of like a woman and a Witcher. So of course they're not going to treat her, with a ton of respect and things like that, which it seems like that's built into the world already as it is. So you don't need that extra oomph of, oh, it's because of this, because of, and boom, that's where you hit them with the modern day stuff. Like, let's just tell the story as it is. There's enough of a story for, respecting women and all that kind of built into this character and into this world already. So just tell that story. Don't feel like you're infusing the outside kind of current day stuff into it. Or, I mean, or do it. If you don't do it, we'll see. Yeah, because it does get boring.
It's boring.
Yeah, for sure. But I don't know. My fingers are crossed. I hope it's going to be good.
For that, I think we're both. We got a couple of games passionate about. I think we might have a sidetrack of Game Club.
Oh, I wouldn't be against it.
If there were only more hours in the day.
NHL 93. There you go. But everybody, before we go on to the next tangent, I'm going to stop it.
Yes, I have to go. I have to eat something before the next stream.
I have to. I know. I need a burger. I said like 4 hours ago. I was like, oh, I need to have a burger today.
There you go. Burger. Oh.
Yep. Burger.
Has it got gherkins?
Yeah, of course.
Gherkins. Always.
Mustard.
Cheese and gherkins.
Big mustard.
Yeah. Anyway, everybody, I really hoped we broke the 4 hour. We broke the 4 hour. A lot of tangent, a lot of otherwise.
Not so much on the movie, but we did break we broke the 4 hour mark.
Yeah, I hope you really enjoyed it. I suppose we went into a random podcast.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Everybody, hope you had a good one. Otherwise, if you guys don't have anything else to say,
I'm done.
I'm good. I got another podcast to do. I'm good.
Yeah, you got another. Oh my God, you got to eat quickly so you can get on the other podcast.
I got to eat real fast.
Okay. Everybody, have a great one. All from everyone. Bye for now.